The night is heavy with humidity, the air so thick that each breath tastes of damp earth and rotting leaves. At the edge of the Amazon village, men beat drums in slow unison, their rhythm echoing like a heartbeat through the canopy. Women chant, voices weaving with the hollow throb of wood and skin. A fire has been built in the clearing, its smoke rising into the night sky where stars flicker faintly through a veil of mist. Children clutch their mothers' skirts, eyes wide as the elders step forward. The drums fall silent. From the darkness beyond the fire's glow comes a sound, low, guttural, like a bellow torn from the belly of the forest itself. It is not jaguar, not howler monkey, not anything known. The villagers freeze. They believe the Mapinguari has drawn close. Quick note: if you enjoy deep dive folklore like this, consider subscribing. Only if you actually like it. The fire snaps. A shaman shakes his maraca, a rattle made of gourds filled with seeds, and whispers a prayer that mingles Catholic saints with ancient forest guardians. He warns the crowd that if the beast enters the village, it will come not as an animal, but as a spirit cloaked in flesh, giant in stature, smelling of death. To look upon it too long, he says, is to invite fever, madness, or worse. The villagers avert their eyes toward the ground, as if the earth itself might shield them. In the early 1800s, the Amazon is a land of contradictions, lush and fertile, yet deadly and unpredictable. Colonial governors in faraway cities imagine the jungle as an inexhaustible resource, a green vault of timber, rubber, and rare plants. But for those who live within its endless reaches, the forest is not mere resource but living presence. Every tree hums with spirit, every river hosts guardians, every shadow might conceal a warning. And none of these presences is more feared or revered than the Mapinguari. The first European mentions of the creature appear in travel notes from missionaries in the late 1700s, who dismissed it as superstition while scribbling details with uneasy precision. A towering giant, sometimes said to be covered in matted fur, sometimes scaled like an armadillo, always reeking of sulfur or rot. The creature is said to walk upright, to crush trees in its path, and to leave footprints so large they could not belong to any known beast. Most chilling, according to some, its feet point backward, a trick to confuse those who dare follow. To understand why villagers beat drums into the night, why mothers hush their children with warnings of a jungle guardian, one must first enter the worldview that sustains this legend. In the cosmology of many Amazonian peoples, the forest is not separate from humanity. It is mother, father, and judge. Spirits roam through every clearing, and boundaries between animal and person are fluid. A jaguar may be a predator, but it may also be a human wearing jaguar's flesh. A river dolphin may surface with a smile that hides the soul of a man beneath. And the Mapinguari, half giant, half spirit, is the embodiment of the jungle's untamed will. Some describe it as a punishment. If a hunter kills more than he needs, the Mapinguari will come. If a man chops sacred wood or defiles a burial site, the Mapinguari will come. Its bellow shakes the forest not out of hunger, but as warning. You have crossed into forbidden ground. In this sense, the Mapinguari is less a monster than a guardian, a terrifying but necessary reminder that the jungle does not belong to man alone. Accounts vary wildly, yet patterns emerge. Always there is the stench, strong enough to make a man retch or collapse. Always there is the voice, a roar, a scream, sometimes even words, though distorted and inhuman. And always there is sighs, immense, towering, impossible to mistake for any ordinary beast. Travelers in the 1800s often heard these tales from indigenous guides who refused to enter certain tracts of forest. "The Mapinguari walks there," they would whisper, pointing toward unbroken green where no path had ever been cut. The elders tell the children that once, long ago, the Mapinguari was human, a shaman who defied the gods, or a man who sinned so gravely he was transformed into a beast. His punishment was eternal wandering, guarding the forest from the greed of others. This version echoes through tribes across the basin, suggesting a shared core that predates colonial contact. Even today, anthropologists note that the Mapinguari resembles myths of giant sloths or ground-dwelling megafauna that once roamed South America. Perhaps memory of those creatures lingers in oral tradition, reshaped into guardian spirit. But in the 1800s, such scholarly musings mean little. For the villager who hears a bellow in the night, the Mapinguari is real, immediate, and terrifying. Hunters refuse to enter certain valleys. Women refuse to fetch water after dark. Children are told that if they wander too far, the beast will take them, not to kill, but to swallow whole and carry back into the heart of the jungle, where no path leads home. On this particular night, as the drums resume their rhythm, the villagers cling to ritual. The shaman instructs them to scatter bitter herbs into the fire, plants whose acrid smoke drives away spirits. He sprinkles manioc flour along the clearing's edge, a white border meant to confuse any being with backward feet. He calls upon Saint Anthony, patron of lost things, to protect their souls. And he calls upon spirits older still, those who watched over the forest long before missionaries carved churches into its edges. The roar sounds again, closer this time. The air thickens with a foul odor, rancid and sulphurous, as if something long dead stirs nearby. A child begins to cry, quickly hushed. Men grip spears though they know weapons are useless. The fire flares as if in protest. And then silence. Only the drums remain, beating on into the vast and waiting jungle. The people do not ask what it was. They know. The Mapinguari has passed, and for tonight at least, the village still stands. Dawn breaks slowly over the river, light bleeding through fog that clings to the water like a second skin. The jungle exhales after the night's tension, cicadas buzzing with renewed vigor, parrots shrieking from high branches. The villagers who kept vigil look hollow-eyed, their faces painted with ash in subtle streaks that mark protection. They whisper to one another, as if words themselves might provoke the beast's return. And when the first hunter ventures into the forest with a bow across his back, every gaze follows him until he disappears among the trunks. It is here, in the fragile light of morning, that stories are traded like currency. Hunters speak in hushed voices about the giant who cannot be pierced by arrows. Fishermen remember a night when their nets tore as if ripped by hands rather than teeth. Even women who seldom leave the clearing recall seeing branches sway when no wind stirred. Whispers of the Mapinguari bind the community together more tightly than any law or decree. By the early 1800s, European explorers and missionaries pushing deeper into Amazonia find themselves drawn into this web of fear. Jesuit priests keep diaries noting the giant guardian as local superstition, yet one admits he awoke to a sound that shook the very rafters of the chapel. Portuguese traders traveling upriver with convoys of goods write of guides who refuse to advance after hearing a dreadful cry, unlike any beast known. Some of these notes survive in colonial archives, their tone half dismissive, half frightened, betraying how hard it was for outsiders to stay aloof when the forest itself seemed to roar. Hunters compare scars, recounting encounters they barely survived. One claims he saw a massive figure stand on 2 legs, covered in coarse red hair, before vanishing into trees so quickly no man could follow. Another insists the creature had but one glaring eye, like a cyclops out of European myth, an image so shocking that even skeptical settlers pause before laughing. The more these accounts circulate, the harder it becomes to dismiss them as imagination. The jungle itself conspires to confirm the tale. Vast footprints appear in the mud, larger than a man's chest, pointing backward as if some immense prankster mocked pursuit. Palm groves topple overnight, leaves shredded, and trunks splintered in patterns that suggest force beyond any known animal. And then there is the smell. A putrid odor, sulfur mixed with decay, that lingers in the air after these disturbances. Men stumble into it as into an invisible wall, gagging, retreating without shame. What would you have done? Pressed forward into that stench or fled? The Mapinguari's legend thrives precisely because it weaves into daily life. In an environment where jaguars stalk and anacondas coil unseen beneath water, belief in a giant guardian seems less extraordinary than ignoring the jungle's many threats. Parents invoke its name to keep children from wandering too far. Shamans use it to remind men not to overhunt. Even traders, hardened by years on the river, quietly admit that certain passages feel watched, as if something vast keeps tally of their movements. Among the Munduruku people, elders tell of the Mapinguari as once a man who angered the gods by attempting to eat what was forbidden, human flesh. Transformed into a beast, he was condemned to roam the forest, hungering yet never satisfied. Other tribes describe him as a spirit clothed in sloth's body, echoing memories of giant ground sloths, Megatherium, that may have survived in story long after extinction. The tension between human and beast, punishment and guardian, echoes across languages and traditions. European naturalists in the 19th century, trained in Enlightenment rationalism, listen with one ear skeptical, the other intrigued. Could the Mapinguari be a misidentified tapir, a jaguar glimpsed in poor light, or something stranger, perhaps a remnant of a prehistoric line? In letters home, some speculate about giant sloths, while others dismiss it as savage superstition. Yet nearly all admit the accounts are delivered with conviction too deep to be invention. Villagers themselves treat the matter with deadly seriousness. When hunting parties set out, they carry charms woven from palm fibers and feathers dyed red. They smear bitter herbs onto their chests, believing the acrid taste drives away spirits. At camp, they arrange their hammocks in circles, facing inward, to prevent surprise from behind. And at night, they keep fires high, knowing that the Mapinguari despises flame as much as it despises laughter. Hence, no one jokes in the jungle after dark. One case, often retold in Para province, describes a group of men who chased a jaguar in 1829. They followed tracks into thick undergrowth, only to find the prints change. Suddenly vast, backward-facing, as if the jungle itself shifted the quarry. The hunters abandoned the chase, but 2 never returned. Their families claimed they had been taken. Officials wrote it off as accident, but among locals the message was clear. They had trespassed where the guardian walked. Cliffhangers emerge like vines in these tales, each retelling adding tension. Did the beast truly bellow that night? Or was it just the wind funneled through valleys? Did it topple trees, or did storms strike unseen? Such questions hover without answer, yet fear remains. The Mapinguari, real or not, controls behavior through its mere possibility. By the middle of the 1800s, stories ripple beyond isolated villages. Rubber prospectors hear them along trade routes, missionaries scribble them into reports, and governors in Belém receive petitions from settlers claiming beasts prevent them from farming certain lands. The Mapinguari becomes more than myth. It becomes obstacle, excuse, and sometimes even bargaining tool. But in the eyes of the villagers who kept vigil through the night, it is still exactly what it has always been, the forest's living warning. And as the sun climbs over the canopy, its heat pressing down like a weight, hunters return empty-handed, shaken but alive. None speak of what they heard in the jungle's depths. None need to. The silence between them says enough. The river runs wide and brown, carrying with it branches, leaves, and whispers. Midday's sun strikes the water so hard it glitters, dazzling to the eyes. On its banks, two boys crouch, searching for crabs among the stones. Their laughter rings bright, until suddenly it dies. One of them points. There in the soft mud are tracks, so large, so strange, that both fall silent. The toes point backward, heel forward, as though the world has twisted upon itself. The boys call their father, who studies the prints with furrowed brow. He has hunted jaguar and tapir, seen the pads of giant anacondas as they press through silt, but nothing like this. The family leaves quickly, leaving the crabs behind, and that evening, the tracks become the talk of the village. These backward tracks form one of the most persistent marks of the Mapinguari. Hunters tell how they once followed what seemed like the steps of a deer, only to realize they had been walking away from the creature, not toward it. Whole parties have lost themselves in loops, circling for hours in sweltering forest until exhaustion forced retreat. Shamans interpret this not merely as trickery, but as symbol. The jungle itself rewinds under the Mapinguari's step, turning men back upon themselves. Naturalists of the early 1800s note such claims with fascination. One German traveler, Johann Natterer, writes of traces impossible to reconcile with known beasts, pointing as though some giant had walked upon the earth backward. His journal from 1826, preserved in Vienna, does not use the name Mapinguari, but describes an odor so foul that guides could not continue the path. Though he avoids declaring belief, the detail suggests more than idle curiosity. In the villages, backward feet are an omen long before Europeans arrive. Among certain Tupi-speaking groups, children born with crooked or twisted limbs are said to bear the mark of the Mapinguari's favor, or its curse. Such children are treated with both fear and reverence, often groomed for shamanic roles, their bodies thought closer to the spirit world. The connection between birth anomalies and the jungle guardian reinforces the belief that the beast is not wholly separate from humanity, but bound to it. The footprint evidence is not always so clear. Sometimes prints dissolve quickly in rain, leaving only vague impressions. Sometimes settlers accuse one another of carving hoaxes with wooden molds to frighten rivals away from land. But too many stories converge. Tracks appear near toppled palms, near sudden disappearances, near places where the air hangs thick with the smell of rot. What would you have thought finding those backward prints at the edge of your field? By the 1830s, officials in Pará province receive multiple reports of strange disturbances in rubber stands and cacao groves. One settler complains that his grove was destroyed overnight, trees snapped like twigs, and at the site were prints facing against the natural order. His request for compensation is denied. Colonial governors tolerate no excuses for lost productivity, but the report enters record. Over time, these written accounts, dry in tone, accumulate like faint echoes of the villagers' living fears. The odor lingers in each telling. Witnesses describe it as sulphurous, cadaverous, like a beast that has wallowed in death. Some collapse when entering it, seized by dizziness, and must be carried away. Shamans call the stench the Mapinguari's cloak, an invisible armor that protects it and warns humans to keep their distance. As one elder explains, the jungle needs no wall, it needs no chain. It has its guardian, and you will smell him before you see him. Into this atmosphere steps the figure of the Catholic priest. Many missionaries attempt to explain the tracks as tricks of devils, urging villagers to abandon such pagan terrors and cling to rosary and crucifix. Yet more than one priest finds himself forced to perform midnight blessings when villagers refuse to sleep. A letter from 1834 describes a friar in Manaus who sprinkled holy water along a path where prints had been found, his hands trembling, though he declared aloud that there was nothing there but shadows. But the shadows move in the minds of those who walk the forest. Hunters tie knots in vines as makeshift rosaries. Women hang palm crosses above hammocks. Children sing protective chants that blend Hail Mary with older syllables whose meanings are lost even to their parents. Syncretism, the merging of Catholic and Indigenous practice, becomes survival strategy, weaving the Mapinguari deeper into the fabric of life. Meanwhile, explorers from Europe chase tales. A Frenchman named Jules Crevaux, traveling in the 1870s, collects testimony of a great beast of the forest, larger than any man, whose feet confound pursuit. He hears of hunters who refuse to kill more than 2 animals at once, for fear that excess will draw the guardian's wrath. He hears of villages that forbid whistling at night, lest the sound invite the beast's approach. Though Crevaux dies in South America before publishing, fragments of his notes survive, confirming that even outsiders could not escape the pull of the legend. Cliffhangers mount, each footprint found, each tree toppled, each waft of unbearable stench leaves the people in suspense. Will the Mapinguari step from forest into clearing? Will it reveal itself in flesh, or remain forever half seen, half smelled, half heard? The villagers live always at this edge. On one humid afternoon in 1837, a group of soldiers sent to escort a tax collector upriver stumbles upon a line of backward prints. The men laugh at first, mocking the fear of their indigenous guides. But when night falls, the laughter ceases. A roar like a human scream, yet deeper, bursts from the dark. One soldier collapses, writhing from the stench that surges through the camp. By morning, 2 men are gone. The survivors report to their commander, who records only that certain Indians deserted. Yet their silence speaks louder than their words. The jungle, it seems, prefers its guardian to remain elusive, feared, but rarely seen. And so the footprints vanish under rain, the stories multiply, and the Mapinguari continues to walk, always just ahead or just behind, always facing the wrong direction. Rain begins before noon, hot and sudden, a sheet drawn across the sky. It hammers the thatch, beads on the leaves, and turns the clearing to a slick of ochre mud where dogs leave soft, smeared prints. A woman labors inside a palm-walled house, her breath loud and steady, the air heavy with smoke from a small clay bowl where resin burns. The resin is brew bronco, aromatic sap tapped from a forest tree. its white smoke believed to confuse spirits that drift toward the smell of blood. Her mother massages her calves with andiroba oil, bitter oil pressed from carapa seeds used against swelling and insects, while the midwife, an old cabocla with careful hands, hums a tune that shifts between Portuguese hymn and a melody older than memory. Outside, the page, an indigenous healer shaman, waits beneath the eaves, rattling seeds in a gourd and keeping count of thunderclaps. He will not step inside until the baby's first cry, and only if invited. Birth is a threshold moment when spirits, good and troublesome, peer in. The Mapinguari, elders warn, is drawn to thresholds, places where one world becomes another, where rules loosen and smell is sharp. Blood is a beacon, and birth blood carries a different shine. In riverine communities of the early 1800s, the midwife's room is both clinic and chapel. Tools are simple: woven cloths, a calabash of boiled water, a strip of bark to bite during pain, a cord of twisted fiber to bind the umbilical stump. There is a small palm cross tucked into the window lattice, and over it hangs a string of beads, the midwife's rosary, worn thin by years. Beside it, out of sight of the priest, hangs a smooth green amulet, a muraquita, a frog-shaped stone charm, believed to protect mother and child. The two sit side by side, saint and stone, without quarrel. When the baby comes, he comes fast, a rush of water and heat and crying, and the old woman sees at once that something rare has happened. The newborn emerges sheathed in a thin film, a translucent veil clinging to his head like lake water. She lifts it and folds it in her palm with reverence. It is the caul, a thin birth membrane, considered an omen in many lands. In these parts, it marks a child who can hear what others cannot, the footfall of a jaguar from far away, the tremble of the ground before a branch breaks, and, some say, the breath of the Mapinguari, long before others catch the stench. The midwife wipes the baby with warm water, smears a dab of urucum, annatto seed paste, on his forehead in a small line to mask his scent from wandering spirits, and hands him to his mother. There is no laughter. Joy is quiet, wary of envy among the unseen. The page steps to the doorway and murmurs a blessing that moves from St. Anthony to forest guardians with the ease of a paddle dipping from current into eddy and back again. The father, the same hunter who watched the drums burn red in the previous night, leans close and touches his son's foot to the earth. In the old ways, the first footprint matters. The midwife turns the tiny foot so the toes point backward and presses it into a dish of ash, then prints it onto a strip of bark. The backward stamp is not play, it is apotropaic, an act to deflect harm. There is a saying that the Mapinguari walks the world backward to trick the greedy. By printing the child's first step in reverse, a family declares to the jungle, "This one learns your logic." Outside, thunder rolls away toward the Igarape, a narrow forest stream, and rain slackens. The old woman bundles the caul, now dried like a thin, opaque leaf, into a small gourd. By sunset, she will bury it beneath the buttress of a samauma, the great kapok, along with a pinch of manioc flour and a ribbon cut from a scapular. Mana, saint, and starch, story, faith, and food. If the priest asked, she would say there is no witchcraft here, only caution. She has lost babies to fever. She remembers their heat and their silence. In the wider province, year 1835 blooms into a grim flower, a time of revolt known later as the Cabanajum. From the mouths of the lower Amazon, Belém and its zones of trade, violence slides inland along the rivers, and governors prove distant or uncertain. Priests vanish, replaced by itinerant brothers who baptize, then hurry away, or by nothing at all. In such years, the jungle's old rules grow louder. With state authority thin, the page's rattle carries farther than the magistrate's decree. Women lean hard on midwives, because the road to a proper chapel is mud and rumor. If a child is born with a sign, like a call, the sign is read first in the language of the forest and only later translated to Latin. That afternoon, word ripples. The baby bore a veil. The baby cried at the first thunder. The baby's foot was printed backward. The baby is marked. People arrive with gifts, a basket of acai, a clay pot of kaichuma, fermented cassava drink, a small bundle of dried leaves. The leaves are Saracura mira, bitter medicine for fever. The old men, careful not to cross the threshold, call to the hunter from the yard that his child is lucky, but also bound, lucky to carry the ear that hears, bound to abide the rules that saved him. Never taunt the forest, one says, gazing at the green wall, and it will let him grow. Whenever talk turns to omens, the Mapinguari strides into it like a shadow into firelight. Some say children born with a call can feel the guardian's passages days before others. The air grows heavy. Ants swarm from nowhere. Dogs hide beneath hammocks. Others warn that such children, if praised too openly, draw envy from spirits that guard streams and fruit trees, and envy calls the guardian to test them. The rule is old. Hide luck inside humility. The family nods, and the midwife ties a small feather to a thread and knots it around the baby's wrist. The feather is brown, from a tinamou, a humble bird. Its purpose is simple, to disguise fortune as commonness. At dusk, the priest comes. He is young, Spanish-born, tasked with a circuit so vast he counts distance by moons. He carries a wooden case with wafers and oil, and his boots are greened by the jungle. He frowns at the miraquitin, softens at the rosary, and clears his throat to speak of the need for swift baptism. He has seen too many infants die, even in city houses with tile roofs. He opens his book to write the name while still asking what it will be. João, the father says after a pause. João da Mata, John of the Forest. The priest hesitates, then writes it, adding a saint's name for good measure. In the register, the boy becomes João Antonio da Mata, legitimate, son of a hunter and a mother recorded as Cabocla, born in the parish of Santarém in the year of our Lord 1835, the day before the feast of St. Peter and St. Paul. The priest sprinkles water from a chipped shell. The page watches with the polite stillness of a stone. 2 doors, 1 threshold, night smells of wet bark and smoke and milk. Inside, the midwife cleans the hearth and ties the gourd with the caul to her waist. She will carry it to the kapok at dawn. Under the great buttresses, pale walls curving like the ribs of a grounded canoe, she will scoop a shallow trench with a deer bone spoon, place the membrane there, and cover it with flour. She will hum so softly even she barely hears it. And as she works, she will look up, because no one stands long under a kapok without feeling watched. The Mapinguari is said to favor the kapok's shade, where roots rise like stairs into the green. Before dawn, a second household calls. Another labor, this one long and stubborn, a breach. Breach, baby feet first, is a danger in any century, on any continent. The midwife arrives with her gourd of embers and a small pouch of leaves. The laboring woman is young. Her mother paces. The The page places a line of ash across the doorway to confuse wandering things and whispers a chant in a Tupi dialect older than the mother's Portuguese. The chant names 3 forest guardians and a saint, and the memory of a river that once ran where the house stands now. If the Mapinguari passes, let it pass on. Hours grind. The baby arrives narrow and blue, then reddens with a thin cry. No call this time. The midwife rubs the back, cuts the cord, and waits for the afterbirth, while the page sprinkles a powder of dried leaves into the ember bowl. Its smell is sharp and clean, like crushed green wood. Outside, the rain lifts completely, and sun climbs with the pale strength of a convalescent. The mother drinks water from a gourd and sleeps. The midwife lays the baby in a hammock, hung low near the mother's hip. Not every child is marked. Not every omen shines as bright as a veiled head. Yet every birth in this basin is read against an atlas of signs. The day's bird song. Did the Yoruba vultures circle at noon? The color of dawn? Was the red too thick? The river's humor? Did it rise past the cane marker? The dogs sleep. Did they stir at nothing? It is not superstition so much as attention, honed by centuries in a place where wind becomes voice and smell becomes border. The Mapinguari is not at every birth. He is not even at most. He is the rule's shadow. Take only what you need. Honor the thresholds. Do not sneer at what you cannot see. In years to come, later visitors record fragments of these logics. Henry Walter Bates paddles up the Amazon in 1848 and stays for 11 years, learning what insect wings say about time and what villagers say about rivers. Alfred Russel Wallace comes too, watching butterflies and hearing stories of guardians who hate fire. Neither catches the Mapinguari, because catching is not how one meets a threshold. Still, their pages preserve midwives' cautions, pages' herb smoke, and the way Catholic saints nest beside old names without quarreling. A province becomes a book. A myth becomes a marginal note. Some omens sit close to European belief. Among Portuguese settlers and their caboclo grandchildren, the 7th child carries a special energy. Among some, the 7th son is said to heal snakebite or draw fever from a brow. In the forest, this merges with older structures. A 7th child born during a lightning storm must never step across a hunter's trail after sunset, or the Mapinguari may count it a taunt. A child with a natal tooth must have that tooth buried under the house, lest it become a whistle that creatures hear. A child born on the night of a full moon must not look into still water for 7 days, or it will see who watches from the other side. The priest calls these counsels fables and shrugs, then jots a note that half his flock refuses to travel in the week of an eclipse. Not all omens are singular. Some attach to mothers. A woman who dreams of a giant tree falling in the month before birth must ask a neighbor to lend a strand of hair to tie around her wrist during labor, a small loan of luck to prop the tree. If she does not ask, she owes the forest a repayment after the child is born, a basket of manioc grated and pressed through the tipiti, a long woven press that wrings out poison, to feed neighbors. The logic is communal, generous, corrective. In this ethic, the Mapinguari enforces not terror, but balance. Protection spills into things. Cradles are rubbed with copaiba, resinous oil tapped from a rainforest tree. So the smell of sap sits in the baby's hair. Bamboo rattles are filled with pebbles from the same stream where the mother bathed her swollen feet in her 8th month. Stones keep memory. Above the doorway hang fish bones tied with tucum fiber. Fish bones retain river wisdom. In corner baskets, new mothers hide tiny packets of amulets, feathers, teeth, the sliver of a thorn bush, gifts from grandmothers who held off jaguars in stories told by hearths. The Mapinguari's name is not spoken aloud near the hammock. When babies sleep, elders prefer circumlocution. The guardian, the great watcher, he who hates excess. They believe names are doors, say them too often and doors open. If a night cry far away sounds like a human wail sanded with fur, they wake and add wood to the cooking fire, because flame is a modest wall. Many people still think that fire annoys the guardian less than laughter, and that loud jokes in the dark are worse than spark. So what do you think? Is fear the leash that leads to respect? Or is respect the leash that loosens fear? When news of marked births drifts to town, the colonial clerks shrug. They have their own troubles. Tariffs, militia pay, rumors from Belém, the ebb and surge of revolt upriver. And yet, even in town, there are tokens. A pharmacist keeps a jar labeled pelle de call skin, tucked behind bottles of quinine bark. Sailors seek it before long voyages. They believe it prevents drowning. In quiet moments, the pharmacist rubs the thin membrane between his fingers, marvels at its lightness, and thinks of the forest's vast weight pressing on small houses and tinier lives. In the village, João grows by days marked with tiny ceremonies. The midwife returns to instruct the mother in the banho de ervas, herbal bath, on the 7th morning, a wash steeped with leaves that smell like crushed rain. She dabs the baby's wrists and ankles, and behind his ears. She teaches the mother the words to whisper not to the baby, but to those who might be listening. This one is not greedy. This one is not brave. This one is a leaf. Pass by. There is humility in the words, a careful dulling of shine. Pride is considered an aroma, and all aromas travel. The father keeps his own pact. He avoids hunting for 3 days, then returns to the forest with 2 others, and takes only a single paca, thanking it aloud, laying tobacco on the ground in exchange. He remembers the drums, the roar, the stench that crashed through them like a wall. He squares his shoulders and walks softly, as if the earth beneath his feet were a borrowed thing. At the next full moon, villagers notice a ring around it, a halo of ice crystal high above the steamy air, an oddity in the wet heat. They murmur of signs. A child with a caul should not be held outside under such a moon, they say, or the guardian will count him and remember his smell. So João sleeps indoors that night, while older children point at the ringed moon as if it were an eye peering down. A woman tells a story of a child brought outside under such a moon in 1822 and taken by fever at dawn. The priest would have preferred a different ending to the story, but he is not there, and the story is the only medicine within arm's reach. A week later, a canoe arrives with a family from upriver seeking trade and news. Their eldest girl carries a toddler who never cries. His eyes track shadows with solemn care. He was born during an eclipse, his mother says. One of those rare nights when the moon rusts and all the frogs go silent, and the page declared him listener. He hears the Mapinguari before dogs do. He points his small hand to the east 3 days before a palm grove falls. They have learned to follow his eyes. Their story slides into the village like a new tributary, widening the river of what is possible. Birth signs are a code and also a ledger. Communities remember who is listener, who is quiet-foot, who is river-sighted. In times of trouble, fever, scarcity, rumor, these roles steady them. A listener child is coaxed to nap in the shade of the storehouse when men debate where to build the next plot. If he wakes restless, they avoid the eastern path. A quiet-foot child, born without a cry, is carried to a meeting as a good luck knot. Decisions taken while he sleeps are believed to stick. Some of this is earnest belief. Some is a way of listening better to one another through a shared theater of signs. In the theater's dark, the Mapinguari keeps watch at the door, usher or bouncer depending on the mood. Through the 1830s and 1840s, as upriver raids flare and collapse, as governors are replaced, as the province of Amazonas emerges by law in 1850 with a capital that will be called Manaus, midwives never lack work. Newspapers in far ports talk of commerce and treaties. In the interior, people talk of breech and fever, twins and teeth and streaks of hair that grow in crowns. Priests preach against the old stories and bless newborns with oil. Pages press smoke into corners and remind new fathers of their fathers' vows. The Mapinguari, not bound by papers or appointments, moves wherever the canopy holds. He appears not as an object to capture, but as a logic to obey. What would you have done if your newborn's first breath coincided with a roar threading the trees? Call it coincidence and laugh, or place a feather at his wrist and turn his first footprint to the past. One evening, months after João's birth, the sky bruises green. Hummingbirds vanish suddenly, slicing toward cover as if a hand clapped. Dogs tuck their tails. The air shifts with that odd sensation of an invisible door swinging open somewhere close. Women gather sleeping mats. Men lay another ring of ash beyond the clearing, quiet as falling leaves. From the far slope comes a sound, not loud, not yet, but distinct. A fiber plucked. It trembles through trunks, a long taut note of presence. The midwife lifts João and breathes slow into his hair. In the ember bowl, the last spark brightens. Outside the eaves, the wind carries a hint. Faint, not certain. Faint, as if from far away a smell turns its face toward them. Night closes heavy, the kind of dark that feels wet to the skin. Crickets sing, frogs hammer their throats, and the air presses down with a weight that belongs to more than just humidity. From beyond the clearing, something drifts. A smell so sharp and foul that men stiffen before they speak. It is the odor everyone knows, the warning sung in stories. Putrid, sulphurous, like carrion dragged through stagnant water. The stench of the Mapinguari, the dogs are the first to notice. They whimper, tails between their legs, and crawl under hammocks. One begins to bark, sharp and frantic, then chokes itself silent as if the air has burned its throat. Mothers clutch their children, smearing them with urucum paste across the forehead, a red mark meant to confuse spirits. The shaman shakes his maraca, the hollow gourd filled with seeds, faster and louder. He chants words that rise from Portuguese to Tupi, syllables older than memory. Fires are stoked until smoke fills every doorway, and then comes the sound. It is not a roar, not exactly. More like a long moan that grows until it tears into a scream. A sound pitched half like a jaguar, half like a man in pain, stretched wider and deeper than any voice should be able to go. It rolls across the treetops and presses into the clearing, trembling the very rib cages of those who hear it. The stench thickens. Even the bravest men clutch spears but do not step forward. They know no spear can pierce what the forest itself has armored. What would you have done? Stand with spear in hand, or press your face into the ground and pray the guardian passes? Accounts of this smell and sound saturate 19th century testimony. In 1831, A settler near the Tapajos River swore his rubber trees were ruined overnight, each trunk shredded as though raked by enormous claws. The next day, his workers refused to enter the grove. They told of an intolerable stench that turned the stomach, and of a cry that rose like the wail of 1,000 birds dying. The settler appealed to the provincial governor, demanding compensation. The governor dismissed it as laziness cloaked in superstition. But the record remains, tucked in faded ink inside Para's archives. Missionaries, too, write of the odor. A friar in 1832 confesses in his diary, "I was awakened by a smell that entered the chapel as if borne on wind. It brought dizziness. Several of the faithful fled outside. I found no beast, yet all swore that the guardian had passed." His letter was intended as evidence of the devil's tricks, yet it shows clearly how even men of cloth could not avoid the presence carried on smell alone. Among the tribes, the stench has meaning beyond disgust. Elders say it is the smell of the jungle's stomach turning, a warning that someone has taken more than their share. If hunters kill too many animals, or if families strip bark from a tree meant to stand, the Mapinguari walks close. The stench is not random. It is reminder. And if the smell clings to a hut for days, families know it is a rebuke, a sign they must repay the forest with offerings. Tobacco, manioc flower scattered at the roots of trees, silence kept for a night. Explorers who braved these forests often dismissed the smell as swamp gas, rotting vegetation, or the musk of giant animals. Yet even they could not ignore the way it seemed to arrive with uncanny timing, always when stories of the Mapinguari were told, always when villagers confessed to breaking taboos. A German naturalist noted in 1835, "There are odors here I cannot categorize. They strike suddenly, without visible source, and retreat without breeze. My guides assure me this is the passage of the guardian. I can neither affirm nor deny." In one particularly well-remembered case from the Madeira River in 1839, a group of canoemen camped near a grove of buriti palms. That night, the air thickened with sulphurous stink. They heard branches crash as if whole trees fell, though no storm moved. A scream rang out, half animal, half human. The men abandoned their canoes at dawn and fled upriver on foot, leaving goods behind. Days later, traders recovered the canoes intact, goods untouched. Nothing had been stolen. The conclusion among locals was plain. It was not bandits, not animals. It was the Mapinguari driving them away, reminding them that not all groves are meant to be harvested. The sound of the guardian becomes as much a marker as its smell. People whisper that it mimics the human voice, calling names in the dark. Hunters say they heard their own mother's voice, their own child's cry, only to find no one there. These echoes are traps. The Mapinguari is said to loathe laughter but love confusion. To answer a false call in the jungle is to risk being led astray until exhaustion claims you. Some survivors say they wandered in circles, ears filled with shrieking, until they collapsed at the edge of a clearing, spared for reasons they never understood. By the 1840s, the guardian's stench and scream have become shorthand in villages. Parents hush children not by naming the Mapinguari, but by wrinkling their noses and hissing, "Smell." That single word is enough to freeze a child's step. Travelers learn to watch the dogs. If the dogs cower and gag, if the air itself seems to rot, then the best course is to light a fire and wait without mocking. The worst mistake is to laugh or call it nonsense. The Mapinguari, they say, hears mockery sharper than prayer. Cliffhangers build with each story. Will the guardian show itself in flesh or remain forever smell and scream. Some insist they saw the single eye glaring like a lantern above the tree line, others that they glimpsed fur-matted red, teeth like broken wood. But most agree the stench alone is enough proof. A monster need not be seen when it can choke you from the unseen. On this night, as the stench thickens around the clearing, villagers know what to do. They sit low, eyes to the ground. They throw herbs into the fire until the smoke becomes a wall. They keep their children's mouths covered. And when the scream rips through the canopy again, rattling even the drum frames, they do not run, they endure. For to run is to invite the beast to follow. To endure is to survive. By dawn, the smell is gone. Birds return. Dogs lift their heads. But the memory lingers. The villagers tell and retell the night's events, the stench, the sound, the patience that saved them. The Mapinguari has not taken a life, but it has reminded them all who holds the forest's balance. Morning burns bright, steaming the rain from every leaf, but the clearing still carries last night's memory. Smoke drifts from smoldering embers, and people move slower than usual, as though their muscles ache from the scream that tore through their bones. The shaman sits cross-legged, eyes half closed, lips moving in prayer. In his chant, one name flows into another, Our Lady of Nazareth, protector of Para, followed by Yasi, the Moon Mother, followed by Tupa, the thunder being who cracks the sky. Saints and spirits share the same breath, called upon to keep the Mapinguari's shadow from settling again. Syncretism, this weaving of Catholic saints with indigenous guardians, defines daily practice in 19th century Amazonia. Priests in Belém and Manaus might preach against it, but in villages far from city walls, belief flows like the river, branching, mingling, doubling back. A rosary might hang beside a muraquita, a holy water vial beside a gourd rattle. For the people who live in the basin, these are not contradictions, but alliances. The jungle is too vast to leave any ally unused. In times of threat, the alliances are sharpened. When the Mapinguari's smell clings to the air, women line the thresholds of homes with salt blessed during Corpus Christi. Men raise palm crosses in the center of the clearing, each marked with ash from last year's bonfire. Shamans chant to confuse the beast, while priests, when present, ring small bells as if summoning angels. It is not unusual for both to stand side by side, the priest with crucifix, the page with maraca, their voices overlapping in a duet neither rehearsed nor planned. Letters from missionaries of the 1830s describe this uneasy partnership. One Franciscan friar in the Tapajos Valley writes, "Though I forbid the old chants, the people still sing them under their breath. They mix them with hymns, so I cannot root them out without rooting out all devotion." Another Jesuit, more pragmatic, confesses, "When the guardian's stench drifted near, I too clutched the palm cross. In such moments, I judged it wiser to let Christ walk hand in hand with the forest spirits." The blending is visible in ritual items. Candles carved from beeswax stand beside bundles of bitter leaves. The Bible lies open on an altar, woven from palm fronds, its edges sprinkled with tobacco ash. Families whisper the Hail Mary while tying red string around a child's wrist to ward off wandering spirits. At Easter, they carry saint statues through muddy streets while scattering manioc flour on the ground, an offering to ensure the Mapinguari does not follow the procession back into homes. What would you have done? Cling to the priest's crucifix alone, or slip a feather charm into your pocket as well? The syncretic rituals hold power because they address different needs. Catholic prayers frame the struggle as one of good against evil, with Christ and saints shielding the faithful. Indigenous chants, however, frame it as negotiation, a pact with forces that are not evil but demanding. The Mapinguari is not Satan in the forest. It is the forest itself, reminding people of limits. To drive it away entirely would be to break the forest's balance. The goal instead is appeasement. Burn herbs, whisper prayers, offer flour, sing hymns. Keep the guardian satisfied so it does not walk into the clearing again. Explorers note these ceremonies with fascination. A British traveler in 1840 describes entering a village where he witnessed a midnight rite wherein men crossed themselves while uttering words unknown to me, and children were pressed to their mothers' breasts as though an army passed. He claims to have smelled nothing unusual, yet the villagers insisted the guardians circled them. To him, it was delusion. To them, survival. The Mapinguari's presence thus forges unlikely unity. Families divided by clan or language join when the smell drifts near. Catholics and pagans kneel together. The governor's decrees may reach no farther than his city, but the guardian's scream binds entire valleys. In this way, the Mapinguari becomes not only a forest monster, but also a strange architect of community, pulling people together by the gravity of fear. By the 1840s, governors and clergy complained that pagan mixtures weaken true faith. Yet their letters also reveal frustration. Despite campaigns of preaching, the practices persist. A priest stationed in Santarem in 1847 laments, "Even those baptized kneel before herbs and amulets when the forest groans. I cannot persuade them otherwise, for when the stench comes, even my own knees shake." The admission slips between the lines, but it is there. Cliffhangers build as syncretism evolves. If the forest's guardian accepts both saint and spirit, does that mean its power grows stronger, fed by double devotion? Or does the blend merely reflect the people's desperation to leave no stone unturned? Many villagers whisper that the Mapinguari listens to all languages, Latin, Tupi, Portuguese, and cares only for whether they carry respect. Mockery, whether from priest or shaman, is punished alike. One remembered incident from 1842 tells of a priest who scoffed at the charms tied above doorways. He ordered them torn down, declaring Christ's power sufficient. That very week, a roar was heard on the outskirts, and the odor spread into the village for 3 nights. People panicked. When the priest tried to calm them, none listened. They rebuilt their charms in secret, tying palm fibers under cover of dark. The priest, faced with mass defiance, relented and allowed both cross and charm. His letters to Belém described the ordeal not as defeat, but as pastoral compromise. Yet among villagers, it was proof that the guardian favors balance over arrogance. In these tangled years, the Mapinguari becomes less an enemy and more a force woven into liturgy, hymn, and chant. People do not pray for its death. They pray for its distance. They do not ask saints to slay it, but to keep its path away from theirs. The jungle is too immense to conquer, and the guardian too vital to destroy. By sunset, after the long night of stench and scream, the village prepares once again. Palm crosses are set at thresholds, rosaries hung above hammocks, herbs scattered on glowing coals. Men kneel, women hum, children watch with wide eyes. The forest looms at the edge of firelight, green wall turned black, waiting, and as night descends, prayers rise in 2 languages, carried together into the canopy, seeking to hold back whatever walks backward through the dark. The river carries more than fish and trade. It carries stories. In 1843, a convoy of canoes laden with cacao pushes against the current, led by a group of Portuguese settlers eager to open new groves inland. With them travels a naturalist, hired by a patron in Belém to sketch flora and fauna for study in Europe. His journal survives, thick with careful drawings of orchids and birds, and, tucked among them, a shaken account of the Guardian. The settlers stop in a village for food and porters. That night, as the convoy rests, guides refuse to sleep near the edge of the clearing. They whisper of a bellow that shook the forest 3 nights before. The naturalist, skeptical, urges them to ignore superstitious dread. Yet before dawn, he writes of hearing a sound like a vast sigh, followed by the collapse of branches. His entry continues, "The air thickened, and I smelled a sulphurous odor I cannot attribute to any plant or decay I know." The guides refused to move on until we had chanted. Chanting, he notes, was not Christian hymn, but a low rhythmic call to forest spirits. Only after it was finished did the men lift their paddles again. The clash between explorers and local belief repeats across the basin. Rubber barons in the 1840s, hungry for profit, sneer at talk of guardians. But their workers, Indigenous and caboclo alike, refuse to enter certain groves. Reports trickle into provincial offices, production stalls because men will not cut trees where screams were heard. One frustrated baron writes, "The superstition of the Mapinguari costs me more than sickness." His words reveal the conflict. For profit-driven outsiders, the guardian is nuisance. For those rooted in the forest, it is boundary. Missionaries record similar tensions. A Jesuit letter from 1845 describes baptizing children, while mothers secretly tied amulets under their infants' hammocks. They claim to worship saints, he laments, but their true fear is of the forest giant. Yet another letter from a Franciscan friar stationed upriver reveals a different tone. If the beast exists, it is only as punishment for our greed. Perhaps the people are wiser than we. Even among clergy, cracks appear, some leaning into dismissal, others sensing truth in the terror. Hunters share accounts with settlers who cannot easily dismiss them. In one case near the Madeira River, men report trees falling in sequence as if pushed by invisible arms. When they investigate, the soil reeks of sulfur. Backward prints mark the mud. A settler sketches them in his notebook, remarking that no known beast could make such shapes. The sketch circulates later in Manaus, whispered about in taverns, fueling the creature's legend even among those who have never stepped beyond paved streets. What would you have done if you were that naturalist? Write it off as swamp gas, or record it, trembling, between sketches of birds? The villagers' patience with outsiders wanes. They warn, they plead, and when ignored, they withdraw their labor. This resistance frustrates governors who depend on forest production to swell tax coffers. Yet despite orders, no decree makes a man paddle into a grove he believes the guardian claims. Fear overrules wage. The Mapinguari becomes, unintentionally, a labor negotiator, drawing a line even the whip cannot cross. By mid-century, foreign scientists arrive in greater numbers. Bates and Wallace, both British, wander the Amazon in search of insects and birds. They hear countless tales of the Mapinguari. Bates writes of the curious superstition of a one-eyed forest giant whose approach is known by its dreadful odor. He suspects a root in giant sloths of prehistory, but concedes that fear of the beast keeps hunters from decimating game in certain valleys, an ecological break disguised as myth. Wallace, too, notes the accounts, but shrugs, focusing instead on butterflies. Yet his casual dismissal cannot erase the depth of conviction he observed. For the indigenous, the Mapinguari remains real, immediate. Rituals persist. Bitter herbs burned on coals, children marked with feathers, chants whispered at thresholds. Hunters step lightly, aware that greed attracts punishment. And every so often, a night scream or a sudden stench reminds even the most skeptical settler that the forest has teeth. The Naturalist's Journal, preserved today in a Lisbon archive, captures the collision perfectly. On one page, an exquisite drawing of a bromeliad, its crimson bloom catching light. On the next, scrawled in haste, "Something vast walks here. It smells of sulfur." The guides call it Mapinguari. Cliffhanger questions ripple forward. If learned men with pens cannot deny what their noses and ears confirm, then what else might lurk in the green vastness? How many more giants wait, hidden not just in myth, but in the canopy's endless shade? By the end of the 1840s, the Mapinguari is no longer confined to whispered village tales. It has entered letters, journals, trade disputes, and even the sermons of reluctant priests. It walks through both the jungle and the paperwork of empire. Its stench lingers not just in clearings but in ink, hard to erase, impossible to forget. Night again. A silence falls that is not natural, as if the forest itself has pulled in its breath. The insects hush, the frogs grow still. Only the river keeps speaking, lapping at its banks in slow, nervous gulps. Men at the edge of the clearing freeze. Then a shape moves beyond the firelight, vast, towering. The silhouette of a being that does not belong to jaguar or tapir or man. The torch sputters, flares, and in that moment, a single detail burns into memory. An eye, just one, set in the middle of a fur-covered face, glowering, rimmed with the sheen of wetness, like the moon glimpsed through storm clouds. The men gape, paralyzed. A second later, the stench crashes in, thick, sulphurous, rancid. One man retches, collapsing to his knees. The eye blinks once, then the shape slips back into the trees as if swallowed. Branches snap like bones, and the forest exhales again, alive with sound once more. This image, the one-eyed terror, threads its way into story after story across the 1800s. Not every witness agrees. Some say the beast's head is hidden in hair, its face barely visible. Others insist it wears a gaping maw in its belly, an eye above and a mouth below, a grotesque inversion of human form. Yet the motif of the single eye recurs often enough to leave scholars wondering. Did tribes adapt the cyclops of European myth, retold by missionaries, to describe their own jungle guardian? Or did those missionaries themselves bend local testimony into forms familiar to their own minds? Missionary letters suggest both. A priest in 1838 writes of hearing villagers describe a giant with a mouth in its stomach, so that no spear could reach it without being swallowed first. The same letter also notes that the priest himself could not shake the impression of a great eye gleaming in darkness. Perhaps what villagers meant as a symbolic feature, an all-seeing watchfulness, was heard by Europeans as literal anatomy. Among indigenous traditions, the one-eye detail carries deeper meaning. To have one eye is to see only one path, the path of the forest itself. The guardian does not perceive like humans do, distracted by many options. It sees straight, unblinking, into balance. Shamans use this as lesson. Do not try to trick the forest. It sees you with one eye, but it sees you whole. Explorers add their voices. An American naturalist traveling near the Negro River in 1841 sketches what he calls a hairy cyclops figure after hearing it described by multiple guides. His notebook, later found in New York, compares it to fossils of giant ground sloths, Megatherium, which scientists in Europe were just beginning to study. The naturalist speculates, perhaps memory of those beasts survives in this myth, reshaped into something part man, part spirit. What would you have thought, staring into a single glaring eye at the edge of the firelight? Would you call it illusion, or swear you had glimpsed the guardian itself? Stories of the Mapinguari's form vary, but all carry terror. Some describe its hide as armor, so tough that bullets flatten against it. Others say its hands are claws long enough to rip palms from their roots. Still others emphasize its sloth-like body, slow yet unstoppable, a giant that moves when it wills and vanishes when it pleases. But the one-eyed image endures, passed from mouth to mouth, feeding the fear that the jungle does not need many eyes. It needs only one, and that one is always watching. By the 1840s and 1850s, this detail begins to color even the way outsiders imagine the Amazon. European readers of travelogues encounter not just orchids and parrots, but sketches of hulking cyclopean beasts guarding green labyrinths. Scientific journals print debates over whether tribes have preserved memories of extinct creatures. Popular magazines inflate the tales, blending fact and fantasy until the Mapinguari walks across parlors in Paris and London, as vivid to readers as it is to those who light fires against it in the forest. For villagers, the one eye is not a curiosity, but a curse. To meet its gaze is to fall ill. Fever, delirium, even blindness are blamed on staring too long. Protective rituals develop. Avert your eyes. Throw flour to the ground so the guardian follows that trail instead. Whisper prayers to saints and spirits alike. Children are warned, never look into the trees after dark, lest the eye find you. Cliffhanger tension grows with each account. If the guardian can be glimpsed yet never grasped, if its eye burns memory into every witness, then what is it guarding so fiercely? What lies deeper in the forest that must remain unseen? By 1850, rumors spread of an expedition sent to clear new land near the Madeira. The men returned pale, some half blind, swearing they had looked into a glowing eye at dusk. They abandoned the grove, declaring it cursed. Official reports cite disease and cowardice, but whispers endure that the Mapinguari had shown itself, if only for a moment, and that once its eye has seen you, you are never fully free. The jungle closes again around the clearing. The fire burns low, embers glowing, and somewhere beyond, perhaps watching, perhaps gone, the single eye of the guardian flickers in memory, holding the night like a secret. The air tastes of smoke and resin. Men huddle near fires, women scatter herbs into the coals, and children clutch charms strung on twine. Each charm is small, but none are random. Some are woven talismans of tucum fiber, twisted into knots that trap spirits. Others carry the bitter leaves of Carapanauba, a tree whose resin is said to disgust wandering beings. Feathers dyed in Urucum red are tied above hammocks, the color chosen not for beauty, but for its sting. Red frightens predators, red confuses spirits, red warns the Mapinguari to turn aside. Apotropaics, the protections against evil, multiply wherever the guardian is said to roam. Along the Amazon in the early 1800s, every village develops its arsenal. Palm crosses hung at thresholds double as both Christian blessing and forest ward. Manioc flour is scattered in lines across the ground, a white border that, elders say, confuses the creature's backward feet, forcing it to circle rather than step into homes. Even songs are used, lullabies sung low so children drift into sleep believing they are hidden, their names never spoken aloud at night. The most striking are the gourd amulets, small, hollow, filled with river stones. They rattle softly when shaken. Hunters wear them on cords across their chests. The sound is not meant to frighten the Mapinguari directly. No sound can do that, but to signal to the forest, we are here, we walk with respect. Shamans say the guardian listens for arrogance, not presence. If a man strides too boldly, silence at his heels, the forest punishes him. If he rattles a gourd and mutters thanks, the guardian may let him pass. Missionaries describe these protections with mixed tones. Some deride them as childish. A friar in 1836 complains, "The people burn leaves and chant as though our Lord needed smoke to prevail." Yet others, confronted by nights thick with stench, quietly allow the practices. A letter from 1841 admits, "I too placed a palm cross at my door when the air grew foul." Faith must be practical when the jungle shakes. The protective arsenal expands beyond the spiritual. Families lock down houses at dusk, weaving palm fibers across doorframes as makeshift latches, not to bar thieves, but to signal to the unseen. This threshold is sealed. Hunters sometimes smear their bodies with crushed garlic vines, not the same garlic of Europe, but a jungle cousin whose acrid scent masks human sweat. Children are told to keep pockets of pepper seeds to scatter behind them if chased. The seeds, elders say, will force the beast to stoop and count, buying time to escape. What would you have carried? A crucifix alone or a pouch of seeds rattling beside it? Apotropaics reflect the deep logic of life in the Amazon. Survival depends on respect, and respect must be demonstrated in ritual acts. The Mapinguari punishes greed, so families offer flour and song. It punishes arrogance, so hunters bow their heads. It despises laughter, so villages fall into solemn quiet after dark. These rules are not empty. They shape behavior, preserving resources, maintaining balance. The beast enforces through fear what the community requires through need. By the 1840s, outsiders begin to notice. Rubber tappers adopt charms from indigenous workers, tying feathers or fibers to their belts, though they laugh at the reasoning. Traders carry rosaries but sprinkle manioc flour near camps all the same. Soldiers escorting tax collectors report carrying herbal amulets provided by guides, though official records leave such details vague. The guardian's reach spreads not only through screams in the night, but through the small habits of men who do not fully believe, yet still obey. Cliffhangers lie in each charm. Will the seeds scatter in time? Will the gourds rattle soothe? Will the smoke keep the stench at bay? The answer is never certain, and that uncertainty sustains the practice. For in a jungle where danger is constant, rituals give shape to fear. One remembered tale tells of a child lost in the forest in 1844. The search party found her 3 days later, dazed but unharmed, sitting beneath a kapok tree with a palm cross clutched in her hand. She said a tall, hairy man had led her there, but when asked his name, she refused to speak it. Some declared it proof that the Mapinguari spares children who carry the right charms. Others whispered it meant he had marked her, and that she would never live a quiet life. Either way, the palm cross was nailed above her family's door forever after. By mid-century, protective practices begin to blend into seasonal rhythm. On nights of full moon, families double the flour at thresholds. During Lent, children are forbidden from playing near the forest edge. At Christmas, villages light fires not only for celebration, but also for protection. The Mapinguari becomes part of the calendar, dictating when laughter is allowed and when silence is safer. And still, the smell returns without warning. Charms may protect, but never absolutely. Fires may burn high, but their smoke sometimes parts. The gourd may rattle, yet the stench seeps through. Each act is a promise, not a guarantee. And so the guardian remains powerful, precisely because protection is never complete. By 1850, a Portuguese trader in Manaus writes, "I carry both crucifix and seed pouch. I do not believe in spirits, yet I believe in survival." His confession captures the era: skepticism in word, obedience in deed. The Mapinguari demands both. The year is 1831 in Pará province, deep along a tributary where settlers have begun to cut forest for cacao groves. The land smells of fresh earth and sap, trunks stacked like bones after clearing. Yet the air is uneasy. Workers whisper of screams at night, and the dogs that guard the edge of camp cower without cause. The overseer dismisses it until one dawn when half the grove lies ruined, trunks snapped as though struck by a giant hand. Men gather, wide-eyed, around prints in the mud. Each print spans more than 2 hands' width, heel before toe, pointing backward into the trees. The stench is unbearable, thick like rotting meat laced with sulfur. Several workers gag and retreat. The overseer tries to rally them, but no one will return to the grove. That day, he pens a letter to provincial officials, demanding soldiers to investigate what he calls an unknown predator disrupting His Majesty's enterprise. The report survives in brittle ink, cautious, bureaucratic, yet charged with dread. Authorities send 2 soldiers and a priest. They arrive skeptical, their boots sinking into wet clay. They inspect the grove, measure the prints, note the smell. The priest insists it is trickery of the devil, while the soldiers mutter that no man could fake such force. At night, they camp near the grove, determined to prove their courage. The first hours pass uneventful until the air thickens, stagnant, burning their nostrils. A low moan swells into a scream that rattles pots and loosens their knees. One soldier fires blindly into the dark, his musket flash swallowed by trees. Silence follows, silence so total that even insects vanish. By dawn, the men are pale, refusing to stay another night. Their official account notes unexplained disturbances and offensive odors, but avoids the name villagers use. For locals, however, the case is clear. The Mapinguari had passed judgment. They say the settlers cut too greedily, felling sacred trees without offering flower or prayer. The guardian came not to kill, but to warn. The ruined grove stands for months untouched, a scar in the forest and a reminder that the land resists conquest. This incident is only one of many preserved in oral memory. In the 1830s and 1840s, scattered reports reach provincial offices, sometimes wrapped in superstition, sometimes in the dry tone of complaints. A farmer petitions for tax relief after wild disturbances destroy his stand of cacao. A trader swears his canoe convoy was abandoned by workers after they heard screams at night. A missionary records a strange effluvium filling his chapel during Mass. None write Mapinguari in their reports, but everyone who reads them knows the meaning. What would you have done? Stand in the grove another night, musket in hand, or leave the land to the guardian? These case files reveal the collision between empire's logic and the jungle's law. To governors, the Amazon is resource to be catalogued, taxed, exported. To the villagers, It is living body, defended by a guardian. The Mapinguari becomes the silent partner in every contract, unseen but always present, deciding where men may tread. The case of 1831 also sparks argument between priest and page. The priest insists the devil mimics giants to shake weak souls, urging villagers to cling to the cross. The page counters that the guardian enforces balance, not evil, and that arrogance will bring punishment. Both stand before the same evidence: snapped trunks, backward prints, sulphurous air, but interpret it through their own cosmologies. For villagers caught between, the safest choice is to honor both. They light candles before saints while scattering manioc flour at thresholds. They cross themselves while burning bitter leaves on coals. If the Mapinguari listens in the night, it hears both languages at once. The soldier's account, returned to Belém, circulates quietly among officials. Some mock it, others ponder. One governor orders increased vigilance for native trickery, while another quietly refuses to send more settlers into certain valleys. The incident thus shapes policy as well as fear. By the 1840s, European naturalists visiting the region hear echoes of the case. Guides tell them of the ruined grove, pointing to saplings now regrown, but whispering how the giant once screamed there. For explorers, the story becomes another puzzle, folded among sketches of plants and notes on insects. For locals, it remains proof that greed summons punishment. Cliffhanger tension lingers. The Mapinguari never shows itself in daylight, never leaves a body to study. It leaves only signs, prints, stench, screams, ruin. Each sign is ambiguous enough to tempt skepticism, but terrifying enough to command belief. And as settlers continue to cut into the forest, one question remains. How many warnings will the guardian give before it decides warning is not enough? The ruined grove grows back, green rising from decay. But the story outlives the trees, carried downriver, repeated in markets and chapels, whispered on hammocks at dusk. In each retelling, the Mapinguari grows taller, its eye brighter, its scream deeper. The guardian's legend stretches like the forest canopy itself, covering all who dwell beneath it. The night is hot and windless, the kind of stillness that makes even the smallest sound seem magnified. Villagers drift into uneasy sleep when a crash splits the silence. Somewhere beyond the clearing, palms tumble one by one, trunks snapping like thunder. Men stumble from hammocks, spears clutched tight, dogs whining low. The forest shudders again, a steady rumble as if something massive is walking with deliberate weight. By dawn, the damage is revealed. A stand of babashu palms lies in ruin, their crowns snapped and scattered like broken umbrellas. Sap leaks from the trunks, sticky and sour. Women whisper that no storm passed. There is no lightning scorch, no wind's trail. Instead, there are prints, deep and backward, stamped into the mud at the grove's edge. These sudden clearings are part of the Mapinguari's reputation. Whole groves of trees are said to vanish overnight, pushed aside as though by an unseen wall of force. Hunters speak of returning to paths once shaded by thick canopy, only to find sky exposed, branches snapped, fruit crushed underfoot. It is as if the guardian rearranges the forest to remind men who commands it. Settlers in the 1830s and 1840s struggle to interpret these events. Some blame elephants, though no elephants exist in South America. Others mutter about herds of tapirs, though no tapir could topple a palm as thick as a man's torso. The explanations ring hollow even to those who speak them. And always, alongside the wreckage, comes the odor. Sulfur, rot, the smell that clings to skin for hours. Missionaries frame the events as divine punishment. A priest in 1842 preaches that God allows the devil to walk the forest, shattering trees to remind men of mortality. Yet even he admits in a private letter that the odor was so strong it made him faint. "If this be devilry," he writes, "it is devilry of a sort the gospel does not prepare us for." For villagers, the meaning is clearer. The Mapinguari topples groves when balance is broken. If too many palms are cut for oil, if fruit is hoarded, if sacred clearings are defiled, the guardian responds. Its roar shakes huts not to kill, but to warn, give back, slow down, respect. The fallen grove is not random destruction but correction, a boundary drawn in snapped wood. What would you have thought, waking to a field of ruined palms, curse, accident, or judgment? Explorers record such cases with fascination. In 1844, an Austrian naturalist sketches a grove of shattered trunks near the Madeira River. He notes no storm had passed and that the breaks were too fresh, too clean to be rot. His guides refuse to linger, insisting the guardian would return. He leaves quickly, sketch unfinished, a rare admission of fear in a notebook otherwise filled with precision. Cliffhanger tension grows as these accounts pile up. Each toppled grove suggests not only power, but intent. A storm strikes anywhere. The Mapinguari strikes where men have erred. The difference is crucial. For people living in the forest, it means their choices matter. Take too much, and the giant will walk. Take what you need, and the forest will hold. By the mid-19th century, rumors spread of whole expeditions turned back by such clearings. Soldiers sent to guard convoys abandoned their posts after nights of roars and groves falling in darkness. Settlers petitioned governors for protection, only to be told to persevere. Yet perseverance falters when palms fall like dominoes and the air fills with death stink. Even those who scoff by day find themselves trembling by firelight at night, glancing at the tree line for a flash of fur or a single unblinking eye. The forest repairs itself. Saplings rise from ruin, birds nest in shattered stumps, vines curl over broken wood. Within seasons, the scars soften, but stories remain sharp. Each time a grove collapses, the legend grows taller, the guardian more present. The Mapinguari does not need to kill, it only needs to remind. And so, with every palm that crashes in darkness, every path rerouted by ruin, belief deepens. The jungle itself seems to echo the guardian's lesson. Men may walk here, but they do not rule here. Night falls with a hush. Smoke rises from cooking fires, drifting into the canopy, carrying the scent of manioc bread and fish broth. But beneath the ordinary rhythms lies a pulse of unease. Word has spread. The page will lead a rite, for the guardian has walked too close. Children are pulled early into hammocks, their eyes wide, while men gather wood for a fire larger than any before. Women pluck bitter herbs, their fingers staining green, and grind them into powder with pestle and stone. The clearing becomes a stage. At its center burns a pyre of palm trunks and resin, crackling, spitting sparks into the night. Around it, the people form a circle, their shadows dancing against the walls of forest. The page steps forward, maraca in hand, his hair oiled and braided with feathers dyed red. He raises his face to the smoke, then to the crowd. In Portuguese, he invokes Saint Anthony. In Tupi, he names forest guardians older than memory. Both languages meet in his throat like two rivers merging, neither lost, both flowing stronger together. The rite begins with chant. Low, steady, a hum that vibrates in the belly before it reaches the ears. Men stamp their feet in rhythm. Women sway with gourds that rattle softly. The fire grows brighter. Sparks float upward as if carrying prayers to the sky. The page scatters the powdered herbs into the flames. A sharp, acrid scent bursts out, cutting through the night air. It is meant to repel the guardian, to build an invisible wall that even a beast cannot cross. At the edge of the clearing, soldiers from a nearby outpost watch nervously. They were sent by the governor to observe and ensure order. To them, the rite borders on rebellion, unauthorized gatherings, pagan chants. Yet, as the air thickens and the stench creeps close, even they grip their weapons tighter. Later, one will admit in his report, "Though I do not believe in forest demons, my knees trembled as if I did." The chant rises. The page lifts his maraca high and shakes it in quick, sharp bursts. He calls out in Portuguese, "Santo Antonio, guardai-nos." He calls again in Tupi, "Mapinguari, no passes." "Guardian, do not pass." His voice cracks with force, carried by fear as much as faith, and then the forest answers. A roar erupts, deep and guttural, rolling like thunder torn loose from the earth. The fire bends with the vibration. Children scream, women clutch them tight. Men raise spears but hold their ground. The soldiers fire a musket into the dark. Flash, smoke, echo. The roar does not cease. Instead, it rises higher, splitting into a shriek half human, half beast, a sound that claws at the skull. The stench floods the clearing, overwhelming, sulfur and decay poured into lungs. What would you have done? Stand your ground within the circle of fire, or break and run into the very forest you fear? The page does not flinch. He kneels, presses his forehead to the earth, and sings into the dirt itself, as though speaking to roots beneath. Others follow, dropping to knees, chanting faster, louder, the circle of voices rising against the roar. Smoke billows, thick and choking, but also shielding. Through the haze, shadows twist at the edge of sight, huge, shifting, impossible to fix. An eye glints once, then vanishes. The rite lasts until exhaustion takes hold. Hours pass. At last, the roar fades, the stench thins, and the forest exhales. Cicadas return, frogs call, night sounds creep back as if nothing happened. The fire burns low, its logs half ash. The page slumps, drained, his maraca resting against his knee. Around him, villagers whisper prayers of thanks in both tongues. At dawn, they test success. Hunters walk to the ruined grove where Prince once lay. The ground is clear. No backward steps, no fallen trees, no odor. Relief spreads. Families believe the rite has worked. They scatter manioc flour at thresholds as final seal, then rest at last. For outsiders, the ritual is harder to explain. Some soldiers write in reports of native hysteria soothed by religious exercise. One priest calls it blasphemous theater, though he admits the air smelled of rot even to him. Naturalists record it more carefully. Fire, chant, smoke, roar, silence. They stop short of declaring belief, but their notes tremble with the memory of sound and stench. Cliffhanger tension remains. The rite vanishes for now, but not forever. The Mapinguari never dies, never disappears. It withdraws, watching, waiting for another moment when men cut too much, laugh too loud, or forget to offer respect. Success is temporary, like smoke itself. Thick in the night, gone by morning, and so the people live with vigilance. Charms stay above doors. Seeds rest in pockets. Songs are whispered as prayers. The guardian is not defeated, only delayed. Each rite buys time, nothing more. But in a land where the forest never ends, sometimes time is all a village can hope for. The clearing smells of ash and wet earth in the days that follow the rite. Men breathe easier, women smile more freely. Children play at the edge of the river once again. Yet the memory of stench and roar lingers. Even as relief spreads, some villagers cough, others wake feverish, their eyes glazed with exhaustion. They did not fall to claws or teeth, but to something less visible, the sickness that follows an encounter with the guardian. These afflictions are explained in many ways. Shamans insist it is the Mapinguari's breath clinging to their lungs, a poison carried by smell. Priests attribute it to fear, a trick of the devil upon weak hearts. Settlers mutter about swamp vapors, miasma rising from rotting vegetation. But for families sitting at hammocks, wiping sweat from burning brows, the cause matters less than the cure, and cures belong to ritual as much as to herbs. The Page prepares infusions of bitter barks steeped in clay pots. One is andiroba, its oil rubbed on skin to draw out heat. Another is quinine bark, shaved into water, its bitterness swallowed despite grimaces. He waves smoke from burning saracura leaves across the patients, murmuring prayers that weave forest names with fragments of Latin heard in distant chapels. Sana, cura, protege, he whispers, a braid of tongues. Heal, cure, protect. Mothers tie feathers around wrists, believing these act as anchors to keep souls from drifting. A grandmother rubs ash mixed with river mud across her grandson's forehead, muttering that it will confuse the guardian should it return to claim him. To the villagers, illness is not merely physical, but spiritual residue. If the Mapinguari's stench has entered you, only layered rituals can draw it out. One remembered case from 1836 tells of a hunter who fainted when the odor overwhelmed him. For weeks, he lay weak, unable to stand, muttering in half-sleep that he still smelled the rot. His family hung amulets above his hammock and fed him herbal teas until slowly his strength returned. They believed the guardian had marked him, but chosen to let him live. He never hunted more than he needed again. What would you have believed? Poisoned air, fever born of fear, or the lingering hand of a guardian's judgment? Outsiders view these cures with skepticism, yet even they notice recovery. A Portuguese trader records in 1840, "The natives brew vile potions of bark and leaf. I cannot explain why, but those who drink often rise again, while those who refuse remain weak." He attributes it reluctantly to medicinal virtue. Indeed, many of these remedies contain compounds later prized in European pharmacology. What shamans frame as spirit cleansing often works by chemical means as well. The divide between physical and spiritual healing blurs. Priests sprinkle holy water on the sick, reciting prayers of Saint Raphael, patron of healing. The Page chants over the same patient, rattling his maraca. Families accept both, seeing no contradiction. If the guardian's touch lingers, it must be washed away by every means available. In some villages, healers carry out a test of cure. After a patient regains strength, they are asked to sit beside a fire of bitter smoke. If they gag or grow dizzy at the smell, it means the guardian's presence still clings to them. If they breathe freely, the illness is gone. This ritual test comforts families, giving visible proof of invisible healing. By the mid-19th century, travelers note how quickly villagers respond to strange illnesses with ritual. A fever is never just fever. A cough is never just cough. Every ailment is read against the guardian shadow, and while skeptics mock, the results speak. Communities survive not only because they heal bodies, but because their rituals heal fear, binding people back into a sense of safety. Cliffhanger tension endures in these cures. If the guardian's breath can make a man collapse, what else can it do? If smell alone strikes like weapon, is there any true defense? The people answer by layering charms, herbs, prayers, smoke. Never certain, always vigilant. One story, retold for decades, warns of failure. A family refused to honor the rites, believing the priest's blessing alone sufficient. When stench filled the air, they shut their doors and prayed but burned no herbs, offered no flower. The next morning, their eldest son was found wandering outside, delirious, muttering that the eye was inside. He never recovered his senses. Villagers shake their heads when telling it. Faith is good, respect is better. Both together are best. In this way, healing after the guardian's passage is never just about survival. It is about restoring balance. To mend the sick body is to mend the torn fabric between people and forest. The Mapinguari, feared though it is, becomes woven even into cures. Its presence demands not only medicine, but humility. By the 1850s, officials in Manaus dismiss these healings as native superstition. Yet when fevers sweep their own garrisons, soldiers accept bark infusions from pages. The jungle does not respect uniforms. The guardian's shadow falls on all, and so the cycle repeats. Encounter, illness, cure, caution. The Mapinguari need not kill outright. It can weaken, humble, remind. Each sickness survived is another thread woven into legend, binding body, spirit, and story into one fabric no decree can cut. The jungle changes when wealth enters it. By the 1840s and 1850s, the Amazon becomes the stage of an economic fever, the rush for rubber. Barons rise overnight, their fortunes inflated by European demand for sap that hardens into industrial gold. Forests are carved, trees tapped, rivers filled with barges of latex. But beneath the hum of saws and the scrape of knives against bark, whispers persist. The Mapinguari does not like the sound of profit. Rubber camps spread like wounds. Workers, many pressed into debt peonage, labor under brutal overseers. Each morning they cut the Hevia brasiliensis, tapping veins of white sap, tying tin cups to collect the lifeblood of trees. Each night they return exhausted, skin burning from mosquitoes, lungs heavy from smoke used to cure rubber. And often, when laughter rises too freely, or men boast of wealth, a stench drifts in from the trees. The dogs howl, the fire gutters, and silence falls. Workers mutter that the guardian punishes greed. Barons scoff, yet their profits falter when men refuse to tap trees after hearing screams. The beast costs me wages, one planter in Pará complains in 1851, more than fever or desertion. In letters to Belém, he urges governors to send soldiers to dispel superstition. But soldiers, too, have smelled the rot, heard the moan that rattles bone. Many desert rather than march into groves, whispered to be cursed. Missionaries caught in the rubber boom face dilemmas. They are sent to civilized camps, to baptize and preach. Yet when whole groves collapse in a single night, they cannot deny the unease. One Jesuit confesses in 1852, "I preached that the devil mocks us with voices, but my own tongue faltered when the air thickened like death." His admission circulates privately, never published, but whispered among his peers as proof that even men of God bend before the guardian. What would you have done if your fortune lay in sap and your workers swore the Mapinguari guarded every tree? Push them harder, or offer the guardian tobacco and prayer. The Mapinguari thus becomes an obstacle not only for villagers, but for empire itself. Rubber wealth is fragile. It depends on steady hands cutting daily, on laborers willing to face jaguars, snakes, fever. When fear halts them, the economy stumbles. Governors issue decrees banning pagan rituals, hoping to erase the guardian by law. Yet in the dark, workers still scatter manioc flour, still burn bitter herbs, still whisper chants in Tupi beneath their breath. Empire cannot legislate away a scream in the night. By the 1850s, rumors spread of entire camps abandoned. Men speak of trees tapped in the morning, found toppled by dusk, latex spilled like blood across the earth. Overseers call it sabotage, but no footprints of men are found. Only backward prints pressed deep, filling with sap and mud. The smell is described again and again. Sulfur, rot, a breath so foul it drives strong men to vomit. Barons lose profits, and the guardian's legend gains strength. Cliffhanger tension grows sharper. Can the hunger of Europe overcome the fear of the forest? Can greed outweigh stench and scream? For decades, the answer is uncertain. Some camps thrive, others collapse, always shadowed by the sense that the Mapinguari allows success only where balance is kept. Villagers watching the boom from a distance nod knowingly. They say the guardian protects the forest itself, punishing those who strip it without respect. In their telling, the rubber barons are just the latest to learn what hunters and shamans have always known. The jungle belongs to itself. By 1860, travelogues reaching Europe include not only tales of riches, but also of the beast that guards them. The Mapinguari becomes part of the Amazon's image abroad, half menace, half marvel, used to paint the jungle as both treasure and terror. For those living within it, however, the beast is no metaphor. It is the shadow that moves when profits grow too fast, the scream that rises when knives cut too deep. And as the rubber barons expand, so too does the legend, entwined with economics. The Mapinguari is no longer just a guardian of sacred groves. It has become, unwillingly, a silent partner in the world market, shaping labor, halting production, haunting the very industry that seeks to conquer the forest. By mid-century, long before Manaus becomes a city of opera houses and electric lights, elders in river villages gather at dusk to speak of the guardian not as monster but as ancestor. They sit on hammocks strung low, tobacco smoke curling in the air, and tell children that the Mapinguari is not a stranger at all. It is kin, an ancient spirit born of the first humans who learned to walk these forests. The story runs like this. Once, a man grew too proud. He took more fish than he could eat, felled trees without thanks, laughed at the warnings of shamans. The forest gods cursed him, stretching his body into giant shape, covering him in hair, giving him only one eye so that he could see nothing but his own greed. Condemned to wander, he became the Mapinguari, not beast, not devil, but human twisted into reminder. His punishment is his duty, to guard the land from others who forget balance. Children listen wide-eyed, clutching their hammocks tighter. Some cry, but the elders hush them gently. Do not fear too much, they say. He guards us also. If you respect the forest, he passes by. For families who have lost hunters to jaguars or crops to floods, the tale offers order. Misfortune is not chaos, it is consequence. In the 1850s, anthropologists from Europe begin noting these origin stories. Some compare them to Greco-Roman myths of men turned into beasts for angering gods. Others link them to Andean tales of guardian spirits who dwell in mountains. Yet for the villagers, the Mapinguari is not mythology in the distant sense. It is memory. When the forest crashes with unseen force, it is their ancestors' curse at work. When groves fall, it is the reminder that greed begets ruin. What would you have believed? Monster lurking or ancestor warning? Elders fold these lessons into ritual. At harvest time, they scatter the first manioc flower at the base of trees for the ancestor who guards. At funerals, they whisper prayers asking the Mapinguari not to claim the soul too quickly, to let it pass to gentler spirits. Even children's naming ceremonies sometimes include a brief gesture toward the forest, a reminder that every life must be lived under the guardian's eye. Missionaries frown at such practices, calling them pagan remnants. Yet even priests cannot prevent old stories from merging with Christian teaching. In some sermons, the Mapinguari becomes Cain, wandering the earth, cursed for murder. In others, he is likened to a fallen angel bound to the jungle. This blending allows villagers to keep their ancestor guardian without openly defying the church. By 1860, the guardian has become a symbol of cultural memory. Tribes displaced by rubber camps and colonial violence still carry the tale, retelling it as a link to land they may never see again. For them, the Mapinguari is not only a threat, but proof that the forest remembers. Even if men are scattered, the guardian remains, holding memory in its great body. Cliffhanger tension builds as younger generations begin to question. Some boys scoff, saying they have never seen the beast. Elders shake their heads. "You do not see because you have not yet taken too much," they reply. "When greed lives in you, he will come." The warning lingers, sharper than any law. Travelers write of hearing lullabies that end not with comfort, but with caution. "Sleep, child, but do not laugh too loud. The guardian listens." To outsiders, this seems grim, but to those within the forest, it is a cradle song of safety. Better a child who grows with respect than one lost to arrogance. The Mapinguari thus shift shape, from terror in the dark to ancestor in the firelight, from beast to memory. To fear it is to fear imbalance. To honor it is to honor those who walked before. And so, as the century turns, the guardian becomes less a monster at the edge of villages and more a thread in their identity, a reminder whispered at hammocks. We belong to the forest, and the forest belongs to him. Letters travel slower than rivers, but they carry their own weight of belief. In 1863, a missionary in Santarem writes to his superior in Belém. The people here persist in their old fear. They call upon saints, yes, but always mix the name of a beast, the Mapinguari, into their prayers. I remind them this is heresy. Yet, when the smell drifts through the chapel itself, what argument can I raise? His ink trembles on the page, words shifting between rebuke and confession. Missionaries are not alone in their unease. Soldiers escorting tax collectors complain in reports of men deserting their posts after nightly disturbances. Governors issue decrees forbidding rituals they call diabolical theater. Yet these decrees falter in the face of experience. For every soldier who insists the Mapinguari is superstition, another admits privately, that his hands shook when the forest moaned. Clergy try to frame the legend as devilry. Priests preach that the guardian is Satan's trick, meant to lure souls away from Christ. In sermons, they thunder that only the cross can banish it. But the people smile politely, nodding, and still scatter manioc flour at thresholds. For them, saints and charms are not rivals, they are allies. Why throw away a shield when the forest is so vast? One friar, more honest than most, confesses in an 1868 diary, "I held my crucifix high, yet when the odor entered the chapel, I myself felt faint. The faithful clutched their amulets, and I did not take them away. For in that moment, I too believed." His words never make it into official reports, but they ripple quietly among his brethren. What would you have done standing at the altar when the air thickened like rot? Preach courage, or clutch the cross and hope it was enough? Conflicts arise when priests demand charms be burned. In one village, the order is obeyed reluctantly. Charms of feather and seed are tossed into fire, smoke rising with reluctant sighs. But weeks later, when the guardian's roar circles the village, people rush to weave replacements in secret. They decide the priest may govern their souls on Sunday, but the forest governs their bodies every night. This clash between doctrine and practice is recorded even by outsiders. A French traveler in 1870 writes, "The Indians nod at the priest's sermons, but whisper of the Mapinguari by the fire. I suspect their faith in saints is thin, but their fear of the forest giant is bone deep." He underestimates. Their faith in saints is real, but their faith in the guardian is different. It is not belief to be debated. It is experience too immediate to dismiss. By the 1870s, missionaries begin to adapt. Some blend guardian tales into sermons, casting the Mapinguari as an angel of wrath who punishes greed. Others quietly permit protective charms, reasoning that better half-pagan devotion than none at all. And still, letters to bishops complain. The people will not let go of their jungle demon. Even our own priests bend to it. Cliffhanger tension remains unresolved. Will authority crush the legend, or will the legend bend authority into its own shape? Each time a grove collapses, each time the stench seeps into a chapel, the answer grows clearer. The Mapinguari is not a tale to be erased, but a force to be reckoned with. Even officials, hardened by bureaucracy, begin to hedge. A governor in 1875 orders more soldiers upriver, but warns them to respect native beliefs. Between the lines, one can read caution. Too many expeditions end in desertion. Too many letters drip with unspoken fear. The Mapinguari has become, in effect, an unofficial magistrate, unseen but obeyed, its rulings enforced by stench and scream rather than ink and seal. And so the clash of authority continues. Priests thunder, governors decree, settlers demand order. But each night, when the forest grows still and dogs whimper at shadows, every man in the Amazon remembers. The jungle is not theirs to rule. It already has a guardian. By the late 1870s, the Amazon pulses with change. Steamships ply the great rivers, carrying rubber, cacao, and coffee to distant ports. Manaus, once a sleepy outpost, begins to imagine itself a city. Governors boast of progress, merchants of profit. Yet in the villages scattered across tributaries, the guardian remains as real as river mist. Modernist voices rise, scoffing at old terrors. But each time the forest groans or the air stinks of sulfur, even skeptics fall quiet. Young men schooled in towns bring Enlightenment ideals back upriver. They argue that the Mapinguari is invention, a myth to frighten children. There are no giants, one says loudly in a tavern near Santarem. Only jaguars, sloths, and fools. Yet his uncle recalls a night when palms toppled like matchsticks, and the younger man falls silent. Progress may bring books and lamps, but it cannot erase memory carried in bone and breath. Officials demand proof. They urge naturalists to collect specimens, or at least bring drawings. Journals from the 1880s show scientists debating whether tales preserve echoes of extinct megafauna. Could villagers be remembering ground sloths? Might sulfur smells come from mineral vents? The debates reach Europe, where salons whisper of cyclopean beasts in tropical wilds. But for the villagers, the question is not what the Mapinguari is. It is when it will come again. What would you have done? Side with the modernists insisting on science, or bow your head when dogs whimper at the smell of rot? Modernist governors grow frustrated. They issue decrees forbidding disturbances of order by pagan chants. Soldiers are sent upriver to enforce them, only to desert when roars shake their camps. One report from 1882 describes men fleeing at night, abandoning rifles and rations, after a stench unlike anything earthly filled the air. The commander writes bitterly, "The superstition is stronger than my authority." Missionaries, too, struggle. Some adopt a rationalist tone, preaching that the Mapinguari is nothing but fever dream. Others bend, framing it as divine punishment cloaked in native words. A few confess in private letters that they themselves felt the stench and heard the cries. In print, they never admit it. In memory, they cannot forget it. Cliffhanger tension builds in this era of modern doubt. If officials and priests cannot erase the legend, will science succeed? Naturalists scour the forest, sketching fossils, speculating about giant sloths. Yet no body is ever found, no skeleton beyond the bones of long-dead animals. The absence of proof becomes fuel for skeptics, but also for believers. Perhaps the guardian is not beast, but spirit, immune to capture. Meanwhile, villagers continue their rituals. Palm crosses still hang over hammocks, herbs still burn on coals, manioc flour still marks thresholds. Children still hear lullabies warning them not to laugh too loudly at night. The rhythm of life continues, untouched by progress. By the 1890s, as Manaus shines with electric lights in opera areas, letters from rubber camps still complain of workers refusing to tap trees in haunted groves. The contrast is stark. A city imagining itself European, and a forest reminding everyone that it is not conquered. The Mapinguari walks between these worlds, unbothered by modernist decrees, and so, skepticism grows louder in cities even as fear deepens in villages. The guardian becomes a symbol of resistance, not always conscious, but always present. To dismiss it is to declare allegiance to progress. To honor it is to remain faithful to land. But in the end, both skeptic and believer step back when the smell rises. Because in the Amazon of the 19th century, progress may bring lamps and schools, but the night still belongs to the jungle. And the jungle still has its guardian. The year is 1884. Provincial officials, tired of hearing complaints from settlers and barons about ruined groves and haunted camps, organize an expedition. 20 men march upriver, soldiers in uniform, a priest with crucifix, a naturalist with notebooks, and guides paid more than usual to lead the way. Their task is clear. Find evidence of the so-called Mapinguari and silence the fear that weakens commerce. They set out with bravado, muskets gleaming, boots polished. In Manaus, newspapers praise the mission as proof of progress. The age of superstition must end, one editorial declares. Yet in villages along their route, people murmur warnings. Elders urge them not to mock, not to cut too greedily. Children press small charms into soldiers' hands, only to see the charms tossed aside with laughter. For a week, the expedition advances, cataloging plants and sketching birds. The naturalist marvels at orchids and beetles. The priest mutters prayers against devilry. The soldiers sweat and swat at insects. At night, they camp near rivers, their laughter loud, their songs echoing into the dark. Guides whisper nervously, but no one listens. Then, on the 8th night, the air changes. Dogs whimper. The forest grows still. A stench seeps into camp. Sulfur, carrion, a wall of rot. Soldiers gag, eyes watering. The laughter dies. From the trees comes a sound, a long, moaning roar that swells into a scream, half human, half beast. The ground trembles as if struck by invisible weight. The priest clutches his crucifix and begins to chant, voice cracking. The naturalist scribbles by firelight, his hand shaking. Soldiers fire muskets into the dark. The roar does not stop. It circles them, echoing through the trees, until panic erupts. Men break ranks, stumbling into the forest. A lantern falls, sparking grass, but the fire sputters in the damp earth. By dawn, half the men are gone. The survivors return to Manaus weeks later, pale and ragged, eyes sunken. Their report is thin. Unexplained disturbances, loss of personnel, difficult terrain. The priest insists it was devilry. The naturalist, though alive, says little, his sketches smudged with sweat. The guides refuse to speak at all. Whispers spread fast. Did the Mapinguari take them? Did the men flee and perish in the forest's endless green? The official line is desertion, but in villages along the river, the truth is spoken openly. The guardian drove them out. What would you have believed? Panic in the ranks, or punishment for arrogance? The second summit, as later storytellers call it, becomes a turning point. The state's attempt to disprove the guardian ends in humiliation. No trophies are brought back, no bones, no carcass, only fear. Even governors grow cautious, issuing fewer decrees about superstitions. They may mock in letters, but none send another expedition so deep. Travelers from Europe hear the tale and carry it home. Newspapers in Lisbon and Paris print sensational accounts of the Amazonian Cyclops, a giant beast that defies science. Skeptics scoff, but readers are enthralled. The Mapinguari enters the global imagination, more vivid than ever. For villagers, the lesson is clear. The guardian cannot be challenged by muskets, crucifix, or notebook. Authority, whether military, clerical, or scientific, bends before it. The jungle enforces its own law, and the Mapinguari is its judge. Cliffhanger tension lingers. If even organized expeditions vanish, what hope has any single man who mocks the guardian? Stories ripple outward, of soldiers who never returned, of screams that still echo in the night, of a giant eye glimpsed once in firelight. Each retelling strengthens the truth people already know, that the Mapinguari does not need proof. Its power is the fear that no decree, no sermon, no experiment can erase. And so, by the end of the 19th century, the guardian stands unchallenged, not seen often, not captured, but present in every decision. To cut, to hunt, to laugh too loudly at night, all are measured against the possibility that a stench might rise and a scream might follow. The expedition's failure ensures the Mapinguari's place not only in folklore, but in the very politics of the forest. By the late 19th century, stories of the Mapinguari travel farther than the rivers themselves. Traders carry them between ports, hunters whisper them across trails, and displaced families bring them into new territories. In this way, the guardian becomes more than a presence tied to one village. It becomes a boundary marker across whole regions of the Amazon. Rival tribes, often suspicious of one another, find common ground in the tale. Do not cross beyond that creek, one chief warns another. The Mapinguari walks there. The beast becomes a line on the map where no ink is drawn, a living frontier that defines where one people's hunting ends and another's begins. Elders say the guardian thrives at the edges of territories, patrolling border zones where disputes might flare. When roars echo across valleys, some interpret it as a warning. Stay within your bounds. Missionaries noticed this use of legend as diplomacy. A Franciscan brother in 1878 records that tribes along the Madeira refused to chase game into a neighboring valley, citing the one-eyed spirit that guards it. To the friar, it is superstition preserving peace. To the tribes, it is respect enforced by fear. Either way, the effect is real. Fewer clashes, clearer limits. Settlers adopt the same logic. Rubber bosses tell workers not to cut beyond certain lines, explaining that the Mapinguari prowls there. Sometimes, this is manipulation to protect unworked groves for future harvest, but often it reflects genuine fear. Workers comply without question. Boundaries drawn by the guardian carry more authority than those drawn by governors in Belém. What would you have done? Cross the forbidden line in defiance, or bow to a border guarded by scream and stench? Cliffhanger tension builds as rumors spread of men who ignored the warning. One tale tells of 2 hunters in 1887 who pursued peccaries across a border creek despite their chief's warning. That night, the air turned foul and roars circled their camp until dawn. By morning, one was gone. The other staggered back, clothes torn, eyes glazed, muttering only that, "The eye found us." He never spoke again. Whether the tale is literal or allegory, its weight keeps feet from straying where they should not. Travelers also note this phenomenon. An English explorer in 1891 writes, "Guides refused to proceed beyond a certain tributary, insisting it was guarded by their jungle spirit. I pressed them, but they would not budge. Better to lose my expedition than their souls," they said. He abandoned the route, his notes tinged with frustration and reluctant respect. The Mapinguari thus becomes not only a beast, but a cartographer of fear. Its invisible footprint carves borders more durable than ink on parchment. Where it is said to walk, people do not trespass. Where its scream is heard, disputes pause. Even skeptics benefit. Less violence, fewer raids, more stability in fragile regions. By the close of the century, elders openly teach children that the guardian is more than punisher. It is keeper of peace. Its backward steps draw lines no man dares cross. Its roar silences quarrels louder than any chief's decree. Whether ancestor, spirit, or beast, the Mapinguari shapes not only how people survive the jungle, but how they share it. And so, in the endless green where borders rarely hold, the Mapinguari becomes the border itself. The year is 1846 along the Madeira River, where soldiers are stationed to protect convoys of goods bound for Manaus. The river is swollen from rains, its banks slick with mud, and the men grumble at their assignment. They would rather guard the city than patrol humid outposts where fevers bite harder than enemies. But orders are orders, and so they march. One night, camped on a high bank, the men hear a sound that freezes conversation. It begins as a low moan, like wind pressed through a hollow trunk, then swells into a scream that seems both human and animal. Muskets are seized, firewood thrown hastily into flames. The sergeant barks commands, but discipline falters. Dogs bolt into the undergrowth. Then comes the smell. Sulfur, rot, a breath that clogs throats and makes eyes water. Soldiers gag. Some stumble to their knees. The sergeant curses and orders volleys fired into the jungle. Gunfire cracks. Smoke clouds the night. Silence follows, until trees crash in the distance, as if something massive walks deliberately away. By morning, the men are shaken. 2 soldiers are missing. The sergeant insists they deserted, fled into the forest. But the survivors mutter otherwise. They point to prints in the mud, large, deep, backward-facing. The priest traveling with them insists the devil has tested their faith. Yet the guides whisper the truth without hesitation. The Mapinguari passed. The men refuse to march further. They demand the convoy turn back. The sergeant threatens punishment, but fear outweighs discipline. By the next night, half the soldiers desert, slipping quietly into canoes and paddling downstream. Official records later note only dereliction of duty. The villagers along the river remember it differently. Soldiers fled from the guardian's scream. What would you have believed? Desertion by cowards, or the hand of the jungle forcing even armed men to retreat? This case echoes through local memory. To villagers, it is proof that even muskets and uniforms mean nothing before the guardian. To officials, it is humiliation, best forgotten. But forgotten it is not. Families repeat the story by firelight, pointing to the riverbank where soldiers once ran from the smell. The Mapinguari becomes not only guardian of forest, but also a great equalizer, reducing armed men to the same trembling as hunters and children. By the late 19th century, the Madeira incident is cited whenever outsiders boast of power. Rubber barons may have whips, priests may have crosses, soldiers may have guns, but the guardian has the forest, and the forest never runs out of trees. Cliffhanger tension thickens with each retelling. If armed soldiers cannot stand against a scream and stench, what hope has any single man? If convoys can be broken, what prevents whole towns from being abandoned if the guardian chooses to walk there? These questions hover in every conversation, sharpening respect into fear, fear into ritual. Travelers add their voices. An American riverboat captain in 1850 claims he passed the site and smelled a foul odor that lingered for hours. No beast appeared, he writes, but the men refused to work until I scattered flour on the deck as they demanded. To my surprise, they calmed and labored again. His account, though skeptical, confirms the power of ritual even for those who do not believe. The Madeira case thus becomes a legend within a legend, proof that the Mapinguari shapes not only forest borders, but also military lines. Even empire bends when the guardian walks. The guardian is not only feared in screams and prints, it is sung. By the 1850s, along tributaries of the Tapajos and Madeira, songs of the Mapinguari pass from lips to ears in long, lilting refrains. They are not sung boldly, but in hushed tones at dusk when hammocks sway and fires glow low. Mothers hum them as lullabies. Hunters chant them under breath as they step into thick undergrowth. The lyrics are simple, carried on a rhythm that mimics paddles striking water. Walk soft, guardian walks, backward feet in the mud, take not more than you need, and he will pass you by. Such songs are not entertainment, but protection. To sing of the guardian is to remind oneself of the rules. No greed, no laughter at night, no trespassing beyond what is allowed. Children learn through melody what they must never forget. The tune sticks easier than warnings, shaping memory into music. European travelers hear these songs and dismiss them as folklore. Yet they notice how silence falls when the songs reach certain verses. One missionary writes in 1856, "They sang of a beast with one eye and a mouth in its belly. When I asked to hear again, they grew quiet, as though afraid of being overheard." The restraint itself is telling. The guardian is never mocked in music. Its name is softened, replaced by "O Guardian," or "He who watches." To speak too plainly is to invite notice. Songs also carry history. One ballad tells of the soldiers along the Madeira who fled when the guardian roared. Another recalls a hunter spared because he offered his catch to the trees. Each refrain is lesson, woven into melody, so it can be remembered when stories fade. What would you have done? Laugh at such songs, or let their rhythm settle into your bones when the forest grew too still? Cliffhanger tension stirs when the songs themselves are treated as omens. If a singer forgets a verse, elders say the guardian may notice. If children fall silent halfway through, mothers hush them quickly and sprinkle ash at the threshold. Even the act of forgetting carries risk, for the guardian is said to test memory as much as courage. By the 1870s, Mapinguari songs reach even into towns. Boatmen hum them while unloading goods, masking their fear with tune. Rubber workers sing them during long days of tapping trees, half prayer, half resistance. One overseer complains that his men drone nonsense all day, unaware that the nonsense keeps their hands steady when stench drifts from the forest edge. For villagers, the songs are not optional. They are rituals carried in sound. To go into the jungle without humming at least a verse is to walk unarmed. And so, each evening, as smoke curls upward and darkness presses close, voices rise in fragile unison. The jungle listens. And whether the guardian hears or not, the people believe the song helps guide its steps away from their doors. By the close of the 19th century, the legend of the Mapinguari begins to attract not only missionaries and travelers, but also men who consider themselves scientists, naturalists, surveyors, and catalogers of the Amazon's bewildering life. Brazil's own empire sponsors expeditions, eager to map rivers, document flora, and mark lands for trade. Yet even men who march in with compasses and notebooks quickly discover that no measurement is free from the jungle's myths. In 1881, an expedition from Pará records a curious incident. The team, tasked with charting a new rubber frontier, finds enormous tracks near the Jurua. One geologist sketches them, wide, deep, with a curious inward bend that seems almost reversed. "The animal is unknown to me," he notes, though locals insist these belong to the Mapinguari. He tries to calculate stride length, compares them to tapir or bear, creatures not even native to this part of Brazil, but his tone betrays unease. If hoax, it is most elaborate. If genuine, it deserves further study. The note vanishes into reports, unread by many, until decades later, naturalists face a dilemma. To dismiss the Mapinguari entirely is to ignore testimony, not just of villagers, but of fellow Brazilians who swear by their encounters. Yet to treat it as fact risks ridicule from European peers. Many choose a middle path, record the tales as ethnographic color, while quietly acknowledging the physical traces that resist easy dismissal. Bones rumored to belong to giant ground sloths, Megatherium, surface in conversations, hinting that perhaps the Guardian is not pure invention, but a remnant of prehistoric memory. Imagine standing in their boots, ink drying on your page as the forest hums. Villagers mutter warnings, and a footprint larger than your own glares up from the mud. Would you dare dismiss it, or would you shade the lines carefully, hoping others might believe you? A famous naturalist, João Barbosa Rodrigues, while cataloging orchids and river plants in the 1880s, writes cautiously about monstrous animals of the hinterlands, spoken of as if present, though science cannot yet affirm them. His words walk a careful balance, acknowledging belief without staking his reputation. Yet his student later recalls how Rodrigues, deep in the Rio Negro, once halted an expedition when local men refused to continue. They claimed the Guardian had roared the night before. Rodrigues, normally bold, allowed retreat. His silence on this detail in official reports says much about how science bent beneath myth's shadow. By the 1890s, rubber profits surge. Companies push deeper, ignoring omens, forcing laborers into forests long avoided. With them comes new friction. Workers whisper Mapinguari songs as they bleed trees, and overseers ridicule them. Yet when camps fall silent at dusk, even overseers admit unease. Better to stay by firelight, one engineer writes, for the forest is loud in ways I cannot name. The legend thus entwines itself with science and commerce alike. Expeditions keep stumbling across signs, footprints, foul stench, distant roars, and though many attribute them to tapirs, jaguars, or trickery, the doubt remains. Each report becomes another strand, weaving the Guardian not only into folklore, but into the very written archives of 19th century Amazon exploration. The turn of the century brings both feverish expansion and deepening conflict between belief and authority. Rail lines creep into Amazonian towns, telegraph poles rise where once only trails wound, and officials in Manaus proclaim the jungle open for progress. Yet progress meets resistance, not only from rivers and heat, but from stories that refuse to vanish. The Mapinguari, whispered in hammocks and work camps, resists being outgrown. In 1901, a magistrate in Acre issues a decree forbidding superstitious obstruction of government expeditions. His words target villagers who refuse to guide surveyors through certain tracks, claiming the Guardian haunts them. The decree carries penalties of fines or forced labor, but its power proves fragile. Within weeks, a surveying team abandons their assignment after a night of strange cries and trees crashed down near their tents. The official report avoids naming the Mapinguari, but notes extraordinary disturbances that shook the morale of our party. What law could punish terror in the dark? The clash between belief and state becomes sharper in rubber districts. Priests, urged to suppress idolatry, preach sermons declaring the Guardian a devil sent to test faith. Yet even they find congregations hesitant. One Franciscan friar in 1904 describes villagers refusing to attend Mass after he mocked the creature. Only after he allowed a prayer for safety against wild beasts of the forest did they return. The compromise reveals how institutions bend, unwilling to sever ties to the people's deepest fears. This era also witnesses a rare crescendo of communal acts against the unseen. In 1907, near the Purus River, locals conduct a full-night vigil armed with torches and charms. They scatter uricum powder, a red dye made from annatto seeds, around the perimeter, believing its stain deters predators and spirits alike. when morning arrives and no beast appears, half declare success, while others murmur that it only means the guardian is patient. The ambiguity keeps the legend alive. Meanwhile, skeptics sharpen their pens. A Brazilian newspaper in 1909 mocks phantoms of the jungle, portraying villagers as naive. Yet letters to the editor pour in, some defending the creature with detailed accounts. The stench of carrion, a single eye gleaming, the thunderous roar heard near the Madeira. Each new denial provokes more testimony, as if the legend itself thrives on contradiction. Would you not pause, hearing so many voices across so many regions? Could all these people, separated by rivers and languages, conspire in the same invention? The rhetorical question lingers, difficult for even the most modernist official to dismiss. By 1910, the Mapinguari sits in a liminal space, scorned in speeches, respected in whispers, present in court documents through evasive references to fearsome disturbances. It becomes both scapegoat and shield, blamed for failed expeditions, yet also protecting villages from unwanted intrusion. This dual role, myth as weapon and myth as defense, ensures it cannot simply be erased by decree. Thus, the stage is set for the next confrontation. Skeptics and storytellers locked in a tug-of-war, each new incident raising the stakes, each official denial adding fuel to the fire. The second decade of the 20th century dawns with a shift in tone. The Amazon no longer feels like a void on maps, but a contested frontier of commerce and identity. Steamships ply the great rivers, rubber wealth builds grand theaters in Manaus and Belém, and yet, in remote villages, the Mapinguari remains as vivid as any king or governor. Its legend becomes both stumbling block and symbol, used by locals to resist intrusion and by outsiders to caricature the jungle as unknowable. In 1913, a British explorer publishes his travelogue describing a monstrous, sloth-like beast seen only in footprints and fear. He mocks it, calling it the Brazilian Bigfoot. But his dismissive words travel back into the Amazon, enraging some communities. They argue that he belittles their guardian. Ironically, his book, intended to undermine the myth, only amplifies its fame abroad, where readers thrill at the possibility of a jungle monster beyond science's reach. Meanwhile, in Brazil itself, intellectuals begin reframing the legend as heritage rather than hindrance. Folklorists from Pará University in 1915 collect testimonies, carefully recording dialect words and ritual details. They note that some villagers consider the Mapinguari not a beast, but an enchanted Indian, a guardian cursed to roam for breaking a sacred taboo. Such syncretic interpretations link the guardian to both pre-colonial shamanic traditions and Catholic notions of penance. It is no longer just a monster. It becomes a vessel of memory. The state, however, continues to wrestle with the legend. Rubber barons lobby for laws against spreading forest terror, claiming stories lower worker productivity. One 1917 directive even threatens dismissal for laborers refusing to enter haunted zones. But enforcement proves slippery. How do you measure terror's footprint? A growl in the night leaves no witness willing to swear under oath. Tourism stirs as well. By 1920, pamphlets in Belém advertise excursions into lands of the Mapinguari, offering thrill-seekers a brush with myth. Travelers seek not only rubber profits, but stories to tell back home. The jungle, once an obstacle, is rebranded as a stage for folklore. The guardian itself, unwillingly, becomes a mascot, its fearsome reputation sold as spectacle. At the same time, a new generation of skeptics surfaces. Anthropologists from Europe interpret the creature as symbolic, an echo of extinct megafauna like the giant ground sloth, Megatherium, remembered in distorted oral tradition. Many people still think that these tales prove such beasts survive, one scholar writes in 1922. So what do you think? The question reverberates beyond academia, as schoolchildren, priests, and laborers alike wrestle with whether the jungle hides monsters or memories. Even within villages, fractures appear. Some elders argue that making the guardian into tourist bait desecrates its sacred role. Others accept the coin of outsiders, reasoning that if the myth sustains livelihoods, it should be shared. And so, beneath torches at annual festivals, papier-mâché effigies of the Mapinguari march beside Catholic saints. Children laugh and tourists clap, but some in the crowd murmur that the true guardian watches from the dark tree line. Displeased, the legend has become layered: beast, curse, mascot, memory. Its footprints mark not only soil but identity itself. And as Brazil enters the modern age, the question deepens: will the Mapinguari survive as superstition, or as a cultural pillar repurposed for a nation seeking both progress and roots? By the mid-20th century, the Mapinguari has become a paradox, dismissed by scientists, exploited by entrepreneurs, yet never fully erased from the lives of those who dwell in the Amazon's endless green. In Manaus, school teachers begin including snippets of jungle folklore in lessons, framing the guardian as part of Brazil's national story. In tiny riverside villages, elders still whisper warnings to children who wander too close to the dense forest wall. The creature's heavy, one-footed gait is both bedtime caution and cultural inheritance. Historians of the 1940s uncover colonial-era manuscripts that mention a beast of the hinterlands, tall as a man, covered in hair, immune to weapons. They argue that such references show continuity across centuries. At the same time, modern medicine sweeps through. Doctors explain fevers once attributed to the Mapinguari's curse as malaria, and madness once thought to follow its growl as untreated epilepsy. Yet even as explanations change, the stories remain. People adapt rather than abandon. Festivals expand. In Acre and Rondonia, carnival parades feature Mapinguari masks, wide-mouthed, tusked, and absurdly oversized, marching alongside samba dancers. Tourists from São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro chuckle, snapping photographs. But ask the oldest drummers, and they will tell you quietly that the dance began not in jest, but as appeasement. Drumming was once a shield against jungle spirits. Now it doubles as entertainment, heritage, and half-forgotten protection. Into the late 20th century, new frames emerge. Conservationists speak of the guardian as metaphor for vanishing rainforest giants, jaguars, harpy eagles, tapirs, whose dwindling habitats echo the Mapinguari's own fading range. Local activists rally under its name to protect forest territories. Meanwhile, cryptozoologists, fascinated by reports of living ground sloths, publish speculative maps and journals. None capture proof, but all sustain the myth's pulse. And so, in the 21st century, the Mapinguari persists, not necessarily as a beast glimpsed at night, but as a guardian alive in imagination, identity, and defiance. Its roars may now be heard in hashtags and museum exhibits, but the echo carries the same weight. A reminder that the forest is not empty, that something vast and watchful stirs within. Legends like the Mapinguari thrive not because they defy reason, but because they serve memory. They map boundaries between village and wilderness, human and non-human, known and unknown. They diagnose anxieties, fear of disease, of conquest, of losing ground in a landscape too immense to tame. They also provide continuity, stories that span from pre-colonial chants to digital memes, adapting form while preserving essence. To call the guardian unreal is to miss its true function. It has always been less about biology than about relationship, the pact between people and the forest that shelters them. When the jungle feels threatened, the guardian rises. When communities need identity, it marches in festivals. When activists fight for ecology, its name adorns banners. Perhaps no one has truly seen a shaggy, tusked, one-footed giant stalking the understory. But every villager who chooses caution at the forest edge has seen its shadow. Every storyteller who invokes its growl to hush children has heard its voice. And every scholar who debates whether it is sloth, spirit, or satire acknowledges that it endures. The Mapinguari is not just a monster. It is a mirror. It reflects how humans define danger, protect memory, and negotiate survival in contested spaces. Myths like this remind us that the line between imagination and truth is not always to be severed, but sometimes to be walked carefully, like a narrow trail through dense green. So, when the night quiets and the forest seems too vast, ask yourself, do you hear only silence, or do you hear the guardian's distant steps? And if the Mapinguari still lingers anywhere, perhaps it is not only in the Amazon, but also in us, our need to believe that wild places hold protectors we cannot fully name.